341. After Zhong Kuei left the post house, the old Taoist kept him in an old pagoda tree that looked like a piece of jingtang wood. The old Taoist suddenly turned around and arrived at Chen Pingan's courtyard in just one step. Chen Pingan, who was still in a daze, quickly bowed and cupped his hands. Junior Chen Pingan greets the old immortal master. Zhong Kuei mentioned his death casually, but when he mentioned the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, he didn't hide his closeness. The old Taoist waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Chen Pingan straightened his back and asked, "Old immortal master, why did you come back?" The old Taoist looked at Chen Pingan and nodded. "You're a real hero if you can tie them down. No wonder Huang Ting and Zhong Kuei looked at you in a new light." Chen Pingan didn't understand, but he didn't ask. The old Taoist was in a good mood and asked with a smile, "You call yourself a swordsman, where's your sword?" The old Taoist of Taiping Mountain turned a blind eye to the flying swords number 1 and number 15 that appeared from the blade-strengthening gourd. Chen Pingan said honestly, "I used to practice boxing and just started practicing swordsmanship. So when I practice swordsmanship now, I'm just holding the sword in the air and visualizing it in my heart." The old Taoist said to himself, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have been so busy competing with others. Not only did I lose, but I also missed watching your situation in the lotus blossom blessed land." The old Taoist was tall and wore a hibiscus crown that symbolized one of the 3 branches of Taoism. His Taoist robe was white, and his hair and beard were white. Chen Pingan didn't know how to answer, so he didn't say anything. There was no need to act smart in front of such a wise old immortal. Any disguise was no different from an old woman wearing rouge or a child wearing an official's robe. It would only make a fool of himself. The old Taoist suddenly asked, "I can lend you a sword. 60 years or 100 years, it's negotiable. You can exchange it with treasures or pay guyu." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I already have a sword." Chen Pingan blushed. "Besides, I don't have a single guyu on me." The old Taoist didn't force him. The reason why he wanted to lend a sword to this young man was because he admired his promise with Zhong Kuei. There was also a deeper layer of selfishness and goodwill in it. However, after the words left his mouth, he already felt some regret. It's better not to spoil things. The chaos in the Fusui sect worried the old Taoist. As for why he returned to the small courtyard, it was because he saw the unusual movements in Qinpingzhen Lake. It seemed that Zhong Kuei's death had greatly affected his state of mind. But when he looked at it carefully, he relaxed. It was a taboo for cultivators to be like a small boat, drifting with the current. As for those whose mental states were as chaotic as willow catkins, they were not even worthy to talk about taboos in the eyes of the old Taoist. They should not be cultivating Tao at all. They cultivated Tao and were lucky enough to climb to a higher realm. Everything they did was for personal gain. They fought for opportunities, treasures, and spiritual energy. When they left the mountain to walk the world, other than showing off and bullying others, what good could they do? But no matter how much the old Taoist couldn't stand Qi cultivators who cultivated their strength but not their minds, he could only guard Taiping Mountain so that his sect wouldn't go astray. Chen Pingan asked shamelessly, "Does the old Taoist have a protective mountain formation?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "My Taiping Mountain has 2 protective mountain formations. One of them has the bright moon mirror as its center. It can shine through all the evil spirits in the world, making them unable to hide. The distance depends on the cultivation of the person who is holding the mirror. Once the mirror shines on one, it can cause one's cultivation to drop temporarily. Then, it's the 4 swords formation's turn. The 4 ancient swords are imitations of the 4 ancient great celestial swords. They're half-immortal weapons. After forming the formation, they're equivalent to an immortal weapon. They can travel thousands of miles in an instant. That old bastard from before, if he hadn't refined one of them, he would have been killed by me. It'll be fine even if he runs thousands of miles away. Now, he's escaped death. But the realm of immortals is divided into left and right realms. The old bastard has just reached the 12th realm and his realm is not stable yet. Plus, he's suppressed by the rules of this world. Now, his natal item is destroyed, his real body is pierced with several holes, and his primordial spirit is injured. He's not worth mentioning anymore. When the old Taoist mentioned the old ape with the sword on his back, he was full of murderous intent. The majestic aura around him was so substantial that it was white and misty, like thin streams of water lingering around. The old Taoist calmed himself down and the vision disappeared. This was actually one of the side effects of the drop in realm. The trouble is that the old bastard suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared along this broken ancient dragon vein. It's most likely a premeditated escape route. The old Taoist pointed to the top of his head. Previously, I fought with the old bastard, and then I defeated a dark underworld big boss. A certain scholarly sage, who was in charge of guarding the sky screen above the Tongya continent, naturally saw it and landed on our Taiping mountain. After learning of Zhong Kuei's death, he was furious and personally went to kill the white ape. Who would have thought that the old bastard would hide it? Now, it's up to Huang Ting, who has karma with it, to find some clues. As long as she finds it, even if Huang Ting dies in the battle, one of the 72 sages in the Confucian temple will be prepared and can kill her in one strike. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The old Taoist smiled and said, "This is the worst-case scenario. Huang Ting has always been lucky. She's sharpened her temper in the lotus flower-blessed land. With the protection of the two ancient swords, chasing after the white ape might be an opportunity for her to break through the realm." Chen Pingan nodded. The old Taoist smiled playfully. "After I forcefully dragged her out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I thought I would have to whine and complain to her for a long time. Unexpectedly, she didn't complain at all. Along the way, she mentioned you many times and said that she would definitely go to Dolly's Dragon Spring to find you in the future." The old Taoist waved his sleeves lightly. "That's strange. I'm not a talkative person. What I said tonight was worth decades of saliva." Back to the topic, the mountain guarding formation of Taiping Mountain has a long history. It can both attack and defend. Many of the great sects and orthodox mountain sects in the Central Plains can't compare to it. I can't teach you how to refine and operate the formation privately as it involves the fate of Taiping Mountain. However, I have my own mountain guarding formation from an ancient immortal's cave residence. It has great killing power and I can sell it to you. However, it requires too much silver and costs a lot of money to build. Maintaining the formation requires even more luck. I originally planned to give it to Huang Ting as her dowry one day if she wanted to establish her own sect in the Tongya continent or get married and become Taoist companions with someone. I'll give it to her as her dowry, but I'll have to fork out more than half of my coffin capital." Chen Pingan swallowed his saliva. It had nothing to do with Huang Ting's dowry or coffin capital. He was shocked by the words "too much silver." The old Taoist priest noticed Chen Pingan's hesitation and laughed. He joked, good plan, good plan. I like it." Before Chen Pingan could figure out what was going on, the old Taoist priest no longer mentioned the mountain guarding formation. He reminded him softly, "Chen Pingan. Although I don't know what treasure you have on you that can hide from the heavens and prevent others from divining your location and fortune, you must cherish it. It's an item that can only be found by chance. There's only one in the entire Taiping Mountain and it was left behind by our founding ancestor." Chen Pingan thought of the inconspicuous oil paper umbrella and nodded heavily. He looked at Chen Pingan. The old Taoist priest was very pleased. The woman Huang Ting and the gentleman Zhong Kuei were the few young people that the old Taoist priest took notice of. Now, there was also this Chen Pingon. The old Taoist priest felt that whether it was the Tongya continent in the southeast or the vast world, it was better to have more young people like him. The world was in chaos again. There was still a pillar. In order to prevent Zhong Kuei's soul from being taken to the Yellow Springs Road by the big boss of the Mansion of the Dead, the old Taoist priest dropped a level. He knew that he would never have the chance to make up for the biggest regret in his life. After the founder of Taiping Mountain successfully ascended to the immortal realm, he was given the title of Heavenly Lord Guanmiao by his lineage. The biggest regret of the old Taoist priest's life was that in history, whether it was the orthodox world of the Confucians or the Qingming world, as long as a Taoist ascended to the Lord of Heaven from a perfected cultivator, no matter which of the three lineages he belonged to, he could invite the founder to personally hand over a Taoist robe, a Taoist crown, and a token. However, as the newest Lord of Heaven in his lineage, Heavenly Lord Guanmiao didn't get to see the founder leave the Beko Keikyung building and descend to the vast world. The old Lord of Heaven didn't dare to make wild guesses, but everyone in Taiping Mountain had been pondering about it. For that reason, the head of the Taiping Mountain sect even went to the academy in the northernmost part of the Tongya continent and asked if the Confucian sage, who had a sacrificial statue in the Confucian temple, had made things difficult for their headmaster to show up. The Mount Master of the academy was also a straightforward person. He didn't want to beat around the bush with the Taiping Mountain clan master, so he asked with a smile, "The other two headmasters may have the same treatment, but the founder of your lineage has a close relationship with the Confucian school. If he wants to come to the vast world, who will stop him?" After getting this answer, the old Lord of Heaven became more depressed. After thinking about it, he could only think that his cultivation was high enough, but his great Tao was still small. Therefore, the founder of the hierarch wanted to knock him down. Before the Battle of Taiping Mountain, the old Lord of Heaven thought that if he ascended to the Ascendant Realm in the future, he would be able to see the founder. Now, it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no regret at all. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist priest was about to leave, Chen Pingon said, "Thank you, old immortal." The old Taoist priest asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhong Kuei's fall in cultivation?" The old Lord of Heaven shook his head, "No need. Taiping Mountain owes him this." Chen Pingon said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old immortal and Taiping Mountain. They let me know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart to be kind to the world." The old Taoist priest was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be similar to Zhong Kuei. You are very good at flattering." Chen Pingon said helplessly, "It's my sincere words." The old Taoist priest looked at the young man with a smile, "If it's sincere flattery, it will make me feel comfortable." The old Taoist priest left with the wind. A small head was lying on the window, staring at the yard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the post house noticed the appearance of Zhong Kuei and the old Lord of Heaven. Only Pei Qian looked at Chen Pingon in the yard in the middle of the night by accident. Chen Pingon looked back at Pei Qian, "Go to sleep." As soon as Chen Pingon said that, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the windowsill, jumped down, and landed steadily. Chen Pingon asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you for a while." Chen Pingon waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice boxing. She could stay if she wanted. After watching for half an hour, Pei Qian felt sleepy. She told Chen Pingon that she was going to sleep, took a deep breath, and rushed to the windowsill. She jumped high, probably trying to press her hands on the windowsill and then kick her legs randomly. She thought that she would look cool if she jumped up. But her chin suddenly hit the windowsill. She fell backward. Chen Pingon turned his head and couldn't bear to look at her. Pei Qian sat on the ground, covered her mouth, and turned her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears, and she was about to cry. Chen Pingan walked over, squatted down, and gently took her hand away. He looked at it and asked with a smile, "Are you still acting like a hero?" Tears streamed down the little girl's tanned face. Chen Pingan had no choice but to retract his smile and help her stand up. "There's a little girl who's about the same age as you. She's also so careless, but she can withstand pain better than you. If it were her, she would definitely smile at me right now. She might even comfort me not to worry." Chen Pingan added, "But everyone has their own temperament, you don't have to learn from her." The two sat at the stone table. Pei Qian only dared to open her mouth slightly and asked vaguely, "What is her name?" Chen Pingan said, "Her name is Li Baoping. She likes to wear red cotton padded jackets, and she likes to call me young martial uncle." Pei Qian whispered again, "You like her a lot?" Chen Pingan nodded. How could there be a young martial uncle who didn't like Li Baoping? She was right. Pei Qian was silent. Chen Pingan asked, "Just now you watched me practice boxing. How was it?" Pei Qian was confused. This time she wasn't pretending. She didn't know why he asked this. Chen Pingan was also confused. "Haven't you thought of secretly learning?" Pei Qian asked back, "Why would I learn to walk around like you?" She stood up in high spirits, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She pretended to unsheath her sword and poked randomly with her 2 fingers together. She jumped a few times and even performed a set of turtle fist. After showing off for a while, she said, "Of course I want to learn the most powerful moves." Chen Pingan didn't find it funny. Instead, he looked dignified. On the street of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the boat flew on the sword. Chen Pingan's school dragon. And the god-beating drum style that defeated Zhongqiu. There were some scattered moves of the devil ding-ing mixed in as well. It was not similar in form. But someone said that if you didn't practice boxing, you would make ghosts laugh. But if you directly threw away all the boxing styles and practiced the gist of trueness. In Chen Pingan's impression, there was only one person who could do that. Sure enough. Chen Pingan asked a question. "You stared at Master Xiao during the day. What did you see?" Pei Qian didn't dare to answer. Chen Pingan said, "As long as you don't lie, it doesn't matter what you say." Pei Qian looked around and whispered, "I think that the one surnamed Xiao is up to no good. He's not a good person." Chen Pingan asked the second question, "Can you see the old Taoist tonight?" Pei Qian nodded hard. Chen Pingan was a little helpless. That was the great supernatural power of Mount Taiping's ancestral master, Fangzhang Heaven and Earth. Chen Pingan asked again, "If you have a promising future in martial arts and you think someone bullied you, what will you do? Tell me the truth." Pei Qian hesitated, only half dead with one punch. Seeing that Chen Pingan was about to get angry, she simply broke the pot. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "I'll kill him with one punch." Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "What if you're wrong?" Pei Qian said confidently, "I'm by your side every day. How can I be wrong?" Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a straight face, "But you'll go out and travel by yourself one day." Pei Qian said firmly, "I won't. Why would I go out alone? There are so many bad guys out there. What if I can't beat them? Also, what if I don't bring enough money and starve every day? If I steal or rob, you'll beat me and scold me when you find out. What can I do? Right? So I'd better not go out." Chen Pingan asked, "What if one day you're very good at martial arts? Better than me?" Pei Qian frowned and thought carefully. She shook her head and said, "I'm lazy. I like to sleep and I'm afraid of pain. You know that when I was walking, the soles of my feet were full of blisters. When I popped them, I cried until my throat was hoarse. Back at the inn, when you were fighting with someone, your bones could be seen from your arms, but you didn't cry. But I can't. If I look down at my arms, I might faint from fright. Sigh, if there's a peerless martial art that can be learned overnight without suffering, that would be great. Chen Pingon held back his laughter. You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid. Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Chen Pingon asked, why aren't you saying anything? Pei Qian felt wronged. My chin hurts. Chen Pingon smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean against the stone table with the back of her head. Chen Pingon said softly, after the new year, you'll be 11 years old. So you have to read more books and learn more principles. There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing martial arts 1,000,000 times. But it was good. It was rare for Chen Pingon to share his inner thoughts with Pei Qian. When I was in my hometown, I was slightly older than you and had never been to school. Mr. Qi told me that the truth is in the books, but the person is not. Chen Pingon murmured, I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young. Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Chen Pingon said that she would be 11 years old next year. In this world, only Chen Pingon would remember these things. She was 10 years old this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust tree. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw the most familiar person standing not far away. It was the master of Dufu Academy, his teacher. The master of Mount Hill just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei whispered, Teacher. The master of Mount Hill seemed to be unable to believe the bad news before. Even now, he still could not believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He should not have gone to the Bio mansion and let this student, who was the best student in his life, go to Taiping Mountain. He should have stayed obediently in the inn in the border town and stared at the nine-tailed fox that was hiding in plain sight. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore, her real name had been leaked. As long as Zhong Kuei knew the real names of all the big demons in the world, he would be able to protect himself in the vast world. No one thought that the white ape with a sword on his back in Taiping Mountain was the culprit behind the escape of the demons in the well prison. Zhong Kuei could not stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, Teacher, it's my duty. Scholars either use their knowledge to educate the common people and support the country, or use their righteousness to get rid of demons and defend the Tao. The master of Mount Hill was furious. Do I need you to talk about these principles with me? Zhong Kuei kept quiet out of fear. The old Lord of Heaven sighed, if the academy blames us, Taiping Mountain will not shirk. The master of Mount Hill did not treat the old Taoist like how he treated Zhong Kuei. He said respectfully, my brother will be angry, but he won't blame us. Besides, what did Taiping Mountain do wrong? When did you blame Zhong Kuei for not being able to protect Taiping Mountain? Why couldn't you protect that earth immortal? Zhong Kuei added softly, Teacher, that old Taoist is Liang Su. The master of Mount Hill was about to get angry again. Zhong Kuei immediately shut up. The old Taoist sighed, after this disaster, Tongya continent may be a little better, but Hassa continent and Fuyao continent will be in chaos. The appearance of treasures in the 3 continents was indeed the plan of the demon race. Then, the old Taoist whispered, Your academy must protect that young man from the Fusho sect. If he can find out about this. He did not continue. The master of Mount Hill nodded, of course. I've already discussed with the Fusho sect. That young man will enter the Dafu Academy under an alias. As for whether he will become a Confucian disciple in the future, it will depend on that young man's intentions. The old Taoist smiled. If Ji Hai's disciple in seclusion becomes a gentleman, won't the Fusho sect fight you to the death? The master of Mount Hill sighed when he mentioned the Fusho sect and the great cultivator Ji Hai. Ji Hai admitted that whether it was accepting the young man as his disciple or giving him the weapon, it was all right. However, when he saw the young man, Ji Hai could not calm down. It will hinder his cultivation and he will never be able to reach the immortal realm. How will he go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and kill other 12 realms demons in the future? The old Taoist looked regretful. Tongya Continent's only immortal Tao couple in the upper 5 realms is a rare match made in heaven. It's a pity. It will be difficult for Ji Hai to break through. The more stubborn he is, the harder it is to eliminate his inner demons. The master of Mount Hill smiled bitterly. Some things can be persuaded, but some things are not. The old Taoist sighed. The difficulty of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, a long time ago, it was said that ascending to heaven was not difficult, but cultivating the Tao was difficult. At the peak of the most majestic mountain in the Middle-earth divine continent, there was a god in golden armor, holding a sword with both hands. He was wearing a helmet, so the god's face could not be seen clearly. He stood beside a stone tablet at the peak of the mountain, and an old Confucian scholar sat cross-legged at the top of the stone tablet, looking extremely rude. The old man pinched his fingers in his sleeves and slapped his thigh. Good, good. The god in golden armor twitched the corner of his mouth. The old man was proud and asked, "How is my disciple in seclusion?" The god in golden armor, who had been pestered by the old man for a whole month, said impatiently, "Good, good, good. Is that enough?" The poor old man pointed at the god who was almost as tall as the giant stone tablet and laughed, "I like this attitude of yours the most." Then, the old man began to talk about his past glory, thinking back to when I quarreled with others and they lost. They all look like this. I feel good. The god in golden armor was one of the 5 great gods of the Middle-earth divine continent. He sneered, "Who was the one who suggested that a poor scholar like you enter the Confucian temple? Tell me, and I'll ask him if he's blind." This was a well-known unsolved case of the Confucian school. The old scholar smiled slyly, "Guess." No matter how good the temper of the god in Suishan was, he would be irritated if someone nagged at him for a whole month. Moreover, this old man was someone who would not act unless he saw a rabbit. What good could it be? He did not hold back. "Guess your grandpa." The old scholar raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "He's not my grandpa, but our ancestor of the Confucian school. I wish that he was my grandpa. Sigh, what a pity." The great god of Suishan, who was known for his arrogance and unruliness, had a solemn expression on his face. He straightened his back and released his grip on the sword hilt. He cupped his fists and bowed to the heavens and earth. This could be considered an apology to the Holy Master. The old scholar continued, "You know what kind of person I am, right? I'm very thin-skinned and I always like to tell myself that I won't accept a reward if I don't deserve it. But I'm talented, I write well, and I'm good at reasoning. So our Saint Master came to me and earnestly advised me, and I was very moved. He told me a lot of things that I thought were ordinary, but there was one sentence that I felt touched the bottom of my heart. Since ancient times, sages have always been true heroes, but heroes don't necessarily have to be sages. When I heard it, I felt that our Holy Master understood me, so I made a small request to our ancestor." The god in Suishan said in a low voice, "I don't want to hear it." "Shut up." The old scholar wrung his hands and lamented, "Why can't you tell the good from the bad?" The god in Suishan sneered, "If I could tell the good from the bad, why would I let you go up the mountain?" The old scholar rubbed his chin and felt that he was not in the right in this matter. He immediately changed his words. That old cow's nose in the Eastern Sea is really not likable, but he's still passable. He's quite generous and doesn't lose face. I know that he gave that child something good. Although it doesn't help with cultivation, it's better than coincidence. It's better than Alliance's broken bamboo hat. Just based on this, I won't argue with him about the dirty things he did in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. The god in Suishan said sarcastically, even if you want to arm wrestle with him now, can you? The old scholar said earnestly, we scholars still have to compete with people in terms of reasoning. Fighting and killing, piercing through the sky, it's not true ability. For the first time, the god in Suishan didn't refute. The old scholar covered his sleeves with both hands. The astral wind on the peak of Suishan was surging. Even the golden armor of the god in Suishan had ripples of talisman. However, the old scholar's sleeves and hair didn't flutter at all. The old scholar said softly, it's hard for a saint to die, but it's hard for a gentleman to live. Among the 100 schools of thought, only our Confucian school doesn't care about guardians. The academy is the greatest guardian of all scholars in the world. In the 3 great academies and 72 academies, there are all such gentlemen who died before becoming saints. I feel that these honest gentlemen who are not smart enough are the backbone of our world. We can. When the old scholar reached this point, he suddenly ran out of words. He turned his head and shouted, blockhead, think of an explanation. 342. Pei Qian stared at the long golden bridge and recited the teachings of the sage. Zhu Lian was thinking. The long bridge across the buried river gradually disappeared. Pei Qian was a little thirsty and had no desire to study. She wanted to learn boxing and swordsmanship, but unfortunately, Chen Pingan was not willing to teach her. As for Zhu Lian and the others, even if they were willing to teach, Pei Qian was not willing to learn. Chen Pingan was still in the mysterious state of meditative forgetfulness. What was even more strange was that he found himself floating out. His spirit had left his body and was suspended in the air. Looking at himself sitting cross-legged, he felt very strange. Unlike the separation of the souls of Ding Ying and the eunuch in the python costume, this time it was somewhat like the legendary Yin spirit. It was the same as the gentleman Zhong Kuei that night at the inn. It was just that Zhong Kuei had cultivated both the Yang spirit and the Yin spirit at the same time. At this time, Chen Pingan was drifting with the spiritual qi and astral wind in the buried river. He was far less stable than Zhong Kuei's Yin spirit and Yang spirit. If Chen Pingan was just a toddler, then Zhong Kuei was a strong young man who could climb mountains and wade through rivers as if he were walking on flat ground. Pei Qian and Zhu Lian did not notice this strange phenomenon at all. Almost at the same time, the two, Chen Pingan, had a thought that could not be dismissed. Chen Pingan, who was drifting, turned his head to look at the lower reaches of the buried river. Then, sitting cross-legged, Chen Pingan opened his eyes and said softly, I need to practice the sword furnace stance here. Tonight's situation is a little different, so I can't go into detail. Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, you may need to help me keep watch for a few hours. Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. It's my duty. Pei Qian stomped his foot and sighed. You should have said so earlier. I should have brought some snacks for supper. The out-of-body Chen Pingan took a step toward the buried river. In an instant, he was already dozens of feet away. He directly came to the surface of the buried river, like a piece of wood floating and sinking in the water. After Chen Pingan stopped, he adapted to the strange environment of stepping on the void. With a tap of his toes, he would float forward very far. Chen Pingan leaned forward and touched the surface of the buried river lightly like a dragonfly. He was like a mountain immortal flying in the wind, or a pure martial artist of the eighth realm of the far travel state. His sleeves fluttered as he rode the wind to travel far away. Chen Pingan did not know that under various coincidences, this was the embryonic form of a Qi refinement warrior's Yin spirit. Shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's bones, condensing one's divine energy and having a body outside one's body. This was the Yang spirit, and it loved the light. With a single thought, he would be able to enter the underworld, free and unfettered. He was a Yin master who loved to roam the night. At night, he visited the water god temple. Chen Pingan felt that even if he just took a look, he would be back soon. As for the Chen Pingan by the riverside, he closed his eyes and performed the sword furnace formula with both hands. Although one was sitting and the other was in a mental state, the two were one. The out-of-body Yin master saw and felt everything. Chen Pingan, who was practicing the sword furnace stance with his eyes closed, was very clear. He was completely immersed in it. The mystery of the Great Tao was extremely mysterious. It was only at this moment that Chen Pingan understood why cultivators would leave the mortal world and focus on cultivation. It seemed that the scenery in the eyes of these Qi refinement warriors was already beyond the mortal world. For this reason, Yao Zhen privately asked Yao Jinji if he should deliberately make friends with the two people. He did not expect them to protect the Yao family who was going to expand in the Mirage City in the future. He wanted to take the opportunity to form a good relationship with them. She did not agree. She said that the two people's identities were special and they could not be roped in. Officials served the emperor. If the emperor was wise, then the officials had to be smart. They didn't even have the thought of trying to figure out the emperor's heart. It was useless to think too much. However, this only applied to border officials like the Yao family. The close officials by the emperor's side were a different matter. Yao Zhen was not convinced. His family was on the verge of death twice. If it were not for Chen Pingan saving him twice, he would have been dead. He might even be accused of colluding with the enemy country and plotting to usurp the throne. If he still wanted to keep himself clean now, when he arrived in the Mirage City, there would be no border army around him. Wouldn't it be more dangerous and unpredictable? Yao Zhen thought of the disciple of the county guard who got off the horse and became a civil official. For a moment, he felt uncomfortable. Was it like what his granddaughter said? Would he have to deal with this kind of little bastard often in the future? Yao Jinji smiled and said the opposite. When his aunt married into the capital, the Yao family still wanted to clean up the snow in front of their door and abide by the rules of the ancestors. It was wrong. When they arrived in the Mirage City, under the premise that the imperial court accepted his grandfather, it was right to continue to be wise and protect themselves. If they competed with those rich and noble families, the Yao family would not be able to gain a foothold in the capital. However, it was not like they did nothing and were controlled by others. Yao Jinji said a famous Zen saying, "When the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise." Yao Zhen sighed. When Yao Jinji was still young, he had used his father's mouth to raise objections to his grandfather, Yao Zhen, when his aunt married that Li Shiling who had knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall on a snowy day. The general idea was that the Yao family had followed the rules of their ancestors for hundreds of years. Once they made an exception, the entire Yao family would know that the two had true feelings for each other. However, outsiders would not care about this. Mirage City would not care, and His Majesty the Emperor would not care either. The Yao family's children could not marry into a rich and noble family. Since they had made an exception once, would the Yao family's border army, which was loyal and devoted to the Lu family, make another exception? Without a first, there would be no second. But with a first, a second, a third, a fourth, and a fourth would follow. This was common sense. Grandfather, if I, Yao Jinji, were an outsider, would suspect that the Yao family felt that living in a corner was too stifling. When the old general heard this, his face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with grief and indignation. Yao Jinji calmly handed his grandfather a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "General, drinking wine can increase your heroic spirit. But when you arrive in Mirage City and grandfather becomes an official, you should change to drinking tea." Yao Jin angrily took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. He was still drinking wine. "Blue sea tonight," Yao Jinji smiled sweetly. The figures of the two Taoists on the riverside were like two wisps of smoke, much faster than the speed of a galloping horse. This pair of Taoist master and disciple, the old man came from an unorthodox Taoist sect called Golden Peak Temple. Don't think that unorthodox Taoist sect is not pleasant to hear. In fact, it is already very impressive. There are not many Taoist cave sects that are qualified to be listed as unorthodox in the entire continent. The Taoists of the Golden Peak Temple like to cultivate their minds in the secular world. There were not many of them, less than 100 of them. Once they entered the secular world, they would often conceal their names and identities. They did not like to rely on their backers or ancestors. The current master of the Golden Peak Temple was already 500 years old. He was a genuine nascent soul earth immortal and had a great reputation in the northern part of the Tongyi continent. The old man's common name was Yin Miaofeng, and his Taoist title was Taoist Baozhen, which was derived from the saying, "Live a long life and see a long time, keep the truth in all things." He belonged to the line of the master of the Golden Peak Temple. The only direct disciple, Xiao Yuanran, was the young Xiao Yuanran that Yin Miaofeng met by chance after he left the mountain and entered the secular world. It took Yin Miaofeng a total of 14 years to decide to take him in. During this period, Taoist Baozhen set up 3 major tests and Xiao Yuanran passed all of them. Xiao Yuanran followed Taoist Baozhen to the Golden Peak Temple to meet the master of the Golden Peak Temple. He paid his respects to the statue hanging in the ancestral hall and his name was recorded in the sect register. From then on, he officially became a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple. In the end, he followed his master to the Great Spring Dynasty. The two of them became the consecrators of the Liu family and were responsible for watching the border of the southern border for 10 years. Although Xiao Yuanran looked like a handsome young man, he was actually in his 40s. The two of them were both cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. Taoist Baozhen admitted that he had no hope of becoming an Aurus Core realm cultivator in his lifetime. Xiao Yuanran's aptitude was far better than his. He had reached the Dragon Gate realm above the sea at such a young age and was truly a cultivation genius. When the master of the temple heard that Xiao Yuanran had broken through at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty, he specially sent him down the mountain and gave him a magic weapon of the sect. He also promised that as long as Xiao Yuanran successfully reached the Aurus Core realm, he would also give him a precious treasure that had been passed down for 1,000 years. When Xiao Yuanran returned to the mountain, he would take it as a congratulatory gift. Therefore, Yin Miaofeng hoped that he could use the solid foundation of the Great Spring Liu family to help Xiao Yuanran reach a higher level and become a Aurus Core realm cultivator. Only then would he become an immortal. Qi cultivators below the Aurus Core realm were still in the big and small cages. Regarding the matter of General Yao Jin going to the capital to take up a post, Xiao Yuanran had been holding it in for a long time. Tonight, he finally asked, "Master, did the Yao family really escape the disaster just like that?" Yin Miaofeng asked, "Why, are you very disappointed? If the Yao family can escape unscathed, Yao Jinji can continue to live her peaceful life. Maybe when she reaches the Mirage City, she will soon marry into a rich and powerful family and it will be difficult to meet her again. Therefore, you are not very happy in your heart." Xiao Yuanran shook his head and smiled. It is inevitable to feel disappointed. However, cultivation is to cultivate the heart and let nature take its course. If the Yao family is destroyed, I will naturally protect Yao Jinji and protect her under my wings. However, since the Yao family has overcome the crisis, it means that Yao Jinji and I are not fated to meet. There is no need to force it. There will be opportunities in the future. Yi Miaofing smiled and said, there are often thousand-year-old trees in the deep mountains, but there are rarely people who are 100 years old in the mortal world. Yao Jinji is not a cultivator. Now that she is beautiful and moving, it is normal for you to be attracted to her. However, 20 years later, even if the opportunity comes, she will already be an old woman. At that time, if you are lucky, you might already be a land immortal. Will you still be attracted to a mortal woman with a faded appearance? Xiao Yuanran smiled and said, then we will talk about it when the time comes. Xiao Yuanran was silent for a moment. His ears whistled like the wind as he asked, Master, why did we suddenly visit the Baiyu Manor this time? Is it related to the flying sword message we received from the capital yesterday? Yi Miaofing smiled faintly and said, in short, it is not a small matter. Xiao Yuanran smiled helplessly. Since his master did not want to say more, he could only suppress his curiosity. The Baiyu Manor was the manor of the buried river god. It was similar to the Jinhuang Manor where the third prince had escorted the prisoners. However, the Jinhuang Manor had lost its owner. Now, it was mostly a gathering of mountain spirits and ghosts. After this battle, the northern Jin kingdom's luck could be said to have been greatly damaged. The Jinhuang mountain god would soon be escorted to the Mirage City. The Pine Needle Lake Water Deity Temple, which had been at loggerheads with the northern Jin kingdom for hundreds of years, collapsed even earlier. The remnants of the Water Deity Temple were only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, Xiao Yuanran thought of something and laughed involuntarily. The mountain god's wife, who had just been married by the Jinhuang mountain god, became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. This woman was really unlucky. She thought that she would be able to be husband and wife for hundreds of years, which was far better than a pair of lovebirds in the mortal world. She did not expect such an ending. He just did not know how the Mirage City would deal with her. However, these trivial matters of the mortal world were just interesting things on the path of cultivation. What Xiao Yuanran saw was the great way of the earth immortals. What he thought in his heart was immortality and longevity. Xiao Yuanran's heart was full of pride. There was no one around on both sides of the buried river. He laughed and said, Master, I am going to learn from the big dragon and walk on the river. The young Taoist from the Golden Peak Temple floated to the surface of the river and stepped on the water. Every time he stepped on the river, there was a huge splash of water. However, there was not a drop of water on his Taoist robe. Yi Miaofing was still floating by the river. He looked at the graceful posture of his proud disciple and scolded in a low voice, Brat, when you become an earth immortal in the future, what will happen? Chen Pingan only knew the approximate distance and location of the water god temple. Fortunately, he only needed to follow the river and keep an eye on both sides. According to Yao Jin and Yao Jinji, the water god temple was built on a nameless hill by the river 300 miles downstream from the post house. The hillside was gentle. The temple fair was held from the 1st to the 15th of March every year. There were more than 100 incense parties for the gods to perform their skills. It was very lively. The high officials and dignitaries in the nearby counties would give porridge and tea during the temple fair. Yao Jin sighed with emotion at that time. For the gods of mountains and rivers, opening a mansion was the first major threshold. If they could upgrade their mansion to a palace, they would really achieve Dao. It was no different from a certain immortal family on the mountain obtaining the word sect. Yao Jinji emphasized another strange thing about the water god temple. The side hall enshrined a statue of the goddess of inspiration. It was very effective in praying for children. Almost every day, there would be women coming from afar. Most of them were from wealthy families and had difficulties in childbirth. They would come to the side hall of the water god temple, kowtow, burn incense, and give some money. They would be able to get a small clay doll with a red string around its waist and tie it to their wrist. Once they were successful in giving birth, they would not need to return home to fulfill their wish. However, the clay doll they brought home could not be thrown away. It had to be enshrined as a distant reward for the goddess of inspiration's kindness. However, what Chen Pingan really wanted to see was in front of the water god temple. There were more than 200 white jade tablets. Most of them were beautiful writings of the imperial court and scholars praising the god of Buried River after the god of Buried River helped the great Spring Lu family to settle the drought. In less than 4 hours, Chen Pingan, who was constantly looking left and right, floated along the water of the Buried River and finally arrived at the mountain by the river. The night was deep and the gate of the water god temple was closed. However, Chen Pingan could still see the brilliant lights from afar. This was also the reason why Chen Pingan could see the water god temple at a glance. Chen Pingan suddenly realized that although Pei Qian and Zhu Lian could not see him, what if there were Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 states at the water god temple? Would they see through him at a glance and see him as a demon that appeared at night? This made Chen Pingan somewhat hesitant. Could it be that he had to travel 300 miles for nothing? Including the way back, it would be 300 miles. However, after thinking about it, Chen Pingan, who was floating in the middle of the Buried River, still decided to try going ashore. The worst outcome was that he would glance at the gate of the water god temple from afar and alert the temple attendants or the cultivators here. He would then be chased for 300 miles. He could only let the old general at the post house, Yao Zhen, come forward to explain. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "In spirit night roaming. Chen Pingan, aren't you a pure martial artist? Can't you be more reasonable?" Chen Pingan turned his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. 30 steps away, a green-robed scholar was squatting on the surface of the river. His hands were clutching a bunch of hair, as if he was trying to pull someone out from the Buried River. It was Zhong Kuei, the desert mad saber that laughed proudly in the pugilistic world. Chen Pingan came to Zhong Kuei's side and asked, "This is?" Zhong Kuei raised his head and smiled. "I was fighting for territory at the water god temple just now. I was thinking of burning the first incense after daybreak and praying for the gods to bless me so that Zhonyang would be more pleasing to the eye." Chen Pingan pointed at the hair in Zhong Kuei's hand. "I'm talking about this." Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and said, "What else could a water ghost that died unjustly in the river be? It was probably attracted by your Yin spirit. If it ate you, its cultivation base would definitely skyrocket. I saw it poking its head out and looking around. Its face wasn't as ugly as a normal water ghost's. Instead, it looked rather fresh and pretty. I wanted to make a deal with this female ghost. Come out and chat with me." Because Zhong Kuei's Yin spirit and Yang spirit were not roaming out of his body like that night, his entire body was filled with great spirit. Tonight, he was like the Yin's usual, deliberately concealing his qi. Therefore, the water ghosts at the bottom of the river did not sink into the depths of the river and shiver like that night. Otherwise, if Zhong Kuei only went near the water god temple, the water ghosts buried in the river would probably have their souls scattered. Zhong Kuei's 2 sleeves contained the austere autumn wind. It did not matter if you were a water ghost that died unjustly or an evil ghost that suffered retribution. Chen Pingan looked at the female ghost's hair in Zhong Kuei's hand and then looked at Zhong Kuei who was tugging at the river with the female ghost. Chen Pingan asked, "Is it fun?" Zhong Kuei nodded. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at the water god temple in the distance. Zhong Kuei loosened the hair in his hand. The shadow under the river seemed to have been pardoned and disappeared in a flash. Zhong Kuei stood up and stretched out his hand to press on Chen Pingan's Yin spirit's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Look carefully and you will know whether it is fun or not." The two of them suddenly fell into the river. The yin spirit roamed at night and saw all things in the world. It was as bright as day. Even in the river, at a glance, there was no obstruction in his vision. His eyesight was on par with the martial cultivation of Chen Pingan's real body. Chen Pingan had seen many ghosts and monsters, but this was the first time he felt disgusted. Not far away was the water god temple and the people's lights. But even so, under the river, Chen Pingan and Zhong Kue were surrounded by densely packed water ghosts. They were motionless, and most of them were dressed in snow-white clothes. Their pitch-black hair covered their faces and fell to their waists. They looked like reserved ladies who were out on the streets, wearing a hat that was commonly known as a maid's hat. Not only that, Chen Pingan looked down and saw a pair of silver-white eyes that were as big as lanterns. It was unusually cold and stared at the two of them. However, he could not see its body clearly. The two of them were at least a mile apart, but the pair of eyes were still so huge. 343. Chen Pingan was a little annoyed. He thought to himself that he should not have done as he pleased. The 300 miles of waterway had attracted the attention of these water demons and water ghosts. If there was a conflict, the blade-strengthening gourd was still with his body. Previously, when he practiced the six-step stance on the river, he was very inexperienced. When he threw a few punches, they were weak and powerless. The yin spirit seemed to be born not good at martial arts. When he thought of the pair of lantern eyes at the bottom of the river, Chen Pingan felt a little scared. Zhong Kue seemed to have seen through Chen Pingan's thoughts. Yin spirits like to roam the world at night. This is your first time out of body. The new yin spirit came to the buried river temple of all places. According to the Qi cultivators, this may be an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. You still have to deal with it carefully. When it comes to opportunities, it is not always a good thing. Chen Pingan asked, "Then is the attendant in the water god temple a cultivator? Can he discover my yin spirit identity?" Zhong Kue said in annoyance, with Empress Berry's personality, she would fight the water demon to the death every few days. There are so many vengeful souls and malicious spirits in the river, all of them controlled by the water demon. Do you think that the water deity temple where her golden body is placed wouldn't have an expert guarding it? Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by that self-proclaimed immortal yellow long ago, along with the temple and the hill. Chen Pingan blushed with shame and said, "That seems to be the case." Zhong Kue finally said a piece of good news. "But don't worry, your yin spirit is very weak. As long as you don't enter the temple to burn incense, no one in the temple will be able to tell." Zhong Kue frowned and walked around Chen Pingan. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "Chen Pingan, have you encountered two big disasters? The first time was very early and you hurt your destiny. The second time was a few years ago and you broke the longevity bridge." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and nodded. He had always been cautious. Hence, he made an exception and did not deliberately hide it. Something like that. It was not only because this person was a gentleman of the Defu Academy, but also because Zhong Kue called him Mr. Qi. Zhong Kue rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Chen Pingan asked, "How can you tell?" Zhong Kue was still sizing up Chen Pingan as he slowly said, "Trees have growth rings, so you can tell their age. This person's soul is actually more or less the same. It's just that the human body is a small world, while the world is a large human body. The human skin, flesh, blood, tendons, and bones are like a wall between the two." Seeing the confused look on Chen Pingan's face, Zhong Kue gave an example. For example, between Hao Ran Heaven and Qing Ming Heaven, cultivators want to check each other. Even if you're familiar with the divine ability of viewing mountains and rivers from the palm, it won't work even if you're a 12th realm immortal. But when your master manifested, your soul became clearer and clearer, allowing me to see many clues. Zhong Kuei suddenly laughed and said, Chen Pingan, it must be hard for you to be a mender. Since the natal porcelain was broken, Chen Pingan could not grasp any fortune in the Pearl Grotto heaven. What was broken was the longevity bridge. His body was leaking wind and rain, which was why he needed to practice the mountain-quaking fist to preserve his life. When Zhong Kuei said that Chen Pingan was a bitter tinker, he hit the nail on the head. First, there was the sage of the Baoping continent, who could recite poems, which could cause the enemy to be exposed to the astral wind, and then there was the gentleman of the Tongyi continent, Zhong Kuei, who was even more unfathomable. Bound by an iron letter to the Bayou Manor, the Thunder God, the Thunder God, the Thunder God, the old man, between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds are swallowed and spat out. Good at martial arts, a drop of golden water from the sky is full of flying lines like a machine, sweeping away the heat of the world. Zhong Kuei asked, can you see anything? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, just recognize the words. Zhong Kuei said with emotion, teacher once said that the words on this stone tablet are actually a long-lost Taoist cultivation formula. Chen Pingan asked, then you see the knack? Zhong Kuei said seriously, just recognize the words. Chen Pingan laughed. The two stood up. The entrance of the ancestral temple was crowded with people. Zhong Kuei complained, because of you, I can't burn the first incense. But soon Zhong Kuei said helplessly, there must be officials or dignitaries waiting at the back door. That small door will open 1 to 2 minutes earlier than the main door. So the ordinary people outside the temple, no matter how many days or years you wait, as long as you don't go to the back door, you won't be able to burn the first incense in your life. Chen Pingan hesitated and said, in my hometown, there is a Buddhist saying, don't ask for help from outsiders. Zhong Kuei said, that's a good saying. Buddhism emphasizes on faith, which is to have a firm belief in the right heart. About the first incense, many pilgrims in the world have misunderstood. The first incense is not the first incense in the incense burner. Like you said, don't ask for help from outsiders, the first incense is the first incense of every sincere person. The first incense of this life, the first incense of this year, and the first incense of this month are all the first incense. Chen Pingan nodded and said, that makes sense. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, do you think it's easy to be a gentleman in the academy? You need a lot of knowledge. Chen Pingan asked, then can you write a poem for me? The title is What's the Feeling of Looking at the Inscription on the Rain Prayer Tablet? I often see this in the literatis' writing. Why don't you have a try? Zhong Kuei looked up at the moon and said, tonight is a good night to go up the mountain and go into the water, to visit the mansion, and to get close to the deities. But it's not suitable to recite poems. Chen Pingan laughed again. Zhong Kuei flew into a rage out of humiliation. Chen Pingan, you're being boring. Zhong Kuei smiled and asked, do you want to go to the Bio mansion with me? That's the future water god palace. It's very rare. There are only a few in the whole Tongya continent. If you are lucky, you can see the goddess of the buried river. Chen Pingan said, didn't I see her just now? Zhong Kuei patted his forehead. But this pat made him have a sudden inspiration, lucky chance. The lucky chance of your master's night tour might be with the Bio mansion and her. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, forget it, I have to go back quickly. Zhong Kuei looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be someone in the world who did not take lucky chances seriously? There was a commotion at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Kuei grabbed Chen Pingan and said, trouble is coming. Let's go take a look. The old woman in charge of the temple stood side by side with a sage-like old cultivator at the foot of the mountain. They blocked the path of a woman in white. The people at the supper stall in the distance were pointing and gossiping. It turned out that the woman's face was sickly pale. Not only that, although her dress looked no different from a commoner's, but if one looked closely, the path behind her was like a bamboo basket leaking water. The path was wet and the traces were obvious. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick and hit the ground heavily. She sneered and said, "A little water ghost dares to offend the water god temple. You are asking for death." The old cultivator laughed and said, "She is an evil ghost in the water. It doesn't seem appropriate to say that she is asking for death." The old woman smiled sinisterly and stared at the rebellious river ghost. It was just a little fellow. Her soul would be scattered with a single strike of the walking stick. Killing her would be considered a merit. The water ghost woman was trembling. She bit her lips and mustered her courage. Looking at the two high and mighty figures, she said timidly, "Old immortal in the temple, immortal master, I am here to find a scholar. He said that he can help me break free from the river demon's restraints. I don't have to continue being an accomplice to the evil." The old woman raised her eyebrows. "What a joke. You came ashore for no reason. It must be the river demon's scheme." The old cultivator stroked his beard and laughed. "Shall I do it or shall you do it?" The old woman gripped her walking stick tightly and was about to kill the ghost. However, she realized that she could not lift the dragon-headed walking stick no matter what. She turned her head in shock and saw a smiling scholar who said to her, "Let's talk nicely. This lady is not lying. I did promise her this matter. It's not easy for her to risk being tortured by the water demon to come ashore to find me. If I'm the liar who spouts nonsense, she will be miserable for the next 10 or 100 years. She might become a soul wick buried under the river and burn in the water until her soul is exhausted. This kind of torture is more terrifying than any torture in the world." Zhong Kuei smiled at the female ghost who had pulled his hair previously and said, "Lady, you are very brave and have good taste. I'll help you fulfill this wish. Just because you dare to come ashore, I'll fight for the chance to reincarnate." The old woman's face flushed red. She could not move the dragon-headed walking stick in her hand at all. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Ignorant child, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to protect the river demon's water ghost under the water god's nose." The old cultivator's eyes were gloomy, and his words were even more sinister. This person has ulterior motives. Perhaps he wants to collaborate with the river demon to harm our water god. Zhong Kuei ignored him and stared at the water ghost's eyes. There was fear, regret, and a hint of guilt towards the downtrodden scholar in front of her. Zhong Kuei smiled and nodded. "Just based on your kindness, even if Sir scolds me, I will make an exception for you. At least in front of me, Zhong Kuei, good will be rewarded. There is no distinction between humans and ghosts. Lady, please wait a moment." Zhong Kuei stretched out his hand and gently pulled downwards. The dragon head crutch, which weighed over 100 kilograms, was nailed directly into the ground and disappeared without a trace. With one slap, the old temple attendant spun several dozen times in the air and fell over 100 feet away. With another slap, the old cultivator fell into the buried river. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "It's reasonable, but it's a little impolite." That was what Zhong Kuei had said to him at the inn. Zhong Kuei laughed and said, "Ask yourself honestly." Zhong Kuei stopped smiling and said shamelessly, "It's fine as long as it's reasonable. The word etiquette is too big. I'm just a gentleman, not a saint. I don't need it for the time being." The female ghost buried in the river opened her mouth wide. She could guess that the scholar in front of her was a Qi refinement warrior with a high Dao, but she definitely did not expect him to be able to slap the two old immortals to the point that they could not resist. Zhong Kuei's aura was completely different. He strode forward and waved his sleeves. He stood in front of the female ghost and said in a low voice, "Report your name, hometown, and birth date." The female ghost did as she was told. Zhong Kuei nodded, indicating that he understood. He closed his fingers and gently pressed them against the female ghost's forehead. He said calmly, "I'm Zhong Kuei, a gentleman from the Great Fu Academy." Chen Pingon realized that other than him and the female ghost, all the citizens outside the water god temple seemed to have fallen into silence. The river of time seemed to have paused for a moment. Zhong Kuei said slowly, "I hereby announce to Fingdu that this woman has gone to the underworld. No ghosts can invade her, and no Yama can humiliate her. All the negative karma will be written off. I'll accept it and let her reincarnate to receive great fortune." Chen Pingon raised his head abruptly and saw that 1,000 feet above the buried river, dark clouds covered the bright moon. He could vaguely see the head of a ghost that was as big as a mountain. It had an astonishing aura, and its appearance was exactly the same as the highest-ranking ghost messenger in Fingdu that was depicted in some of the celestial paintings on the mountains. Then, the sea of clouds became thicker and thicker, falling down and covering the water of the buried river. The legendary official of the netherworld slowly walked out of the black fog. After he reached the shore, he quickly stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head, and on his head was the official hat of the netherworld. He cupped his fists and said, "As you wish." As he cupped his fists, there were clanking sounds. It turned out that his arms were wrapped with 2 chains that hung down to the ground. Zhong Kuei retracted his fingers. The female ghost spirit began to dissipate. Like fireflies, they floated towards the ghost messenger standing on the riverbank. She choked with sobs and said, "Thank you, young Master Zhong. I hope I can repay your kindness in my next life." Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand, "No need. Don't get involved with me anymore. In your next life, you can be a rich young lady." In the end, the female ghost was taken away by the great ghost messenger of Fingdu that was similar to a hunting envoy. The buried river and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly scattered. At the last moment, the ghost messenger intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the yin god Qin Pingon. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head and reminded Qin Pingon, "Your yin god is indeed unusual. It's actually not suppressed. Could it be that you've walked through the river of time before? That's impossible, right?" Chen Pingon didn't answer this question. He only said, "I think Zhonyang will fall in love with you." Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up, "You really think so?" Chen Pingon smiled, "I'm just being polite with you. Don't take it seriously." Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and then muttered, "You really did something that doesn't follow the rules." Zhong Kuei suddenly tilted his head and rubbed his chin with his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm so awesome. It's rare to see a man as handsome and capable as me." Chen Pingon nodded in agreement, "You can even write limericks and be an accountant." Zhong Kuei sighed, "It's so boring to chat with you." Bayou Manor was not built on the banks of the buried river, but in the middle of a valley, about 10 miles away from the river. In addition, the mountain roads on both sides of the river were impassable, and there were few signs of human habitation. Therefore, it was a difficult task for all the local officials to visit Bayou Manor. Fortunately, Water Goddess was elusive, which saved them a lot of trouble. Many of the mansions of the local mountain and river deities were visited by local officials once a year, which had long been the custom in the officialdom. Yi Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were cultivators of the Golden Peak Temple. Of course, they didn't find it difficult. Yi Miaofeng announced his name in front of the main gate of Jade Turing Manor. In addition to his status as a consecrator of the Great Spring Dynasty, he also announced his sect, the Golden Peak Temple. It couldn't be helped. All the cultivators of the Great Spring Dynasty had heard of the weird temper of Water Goddess. Yi Miaofing was afraid that if he didn't mention the Golden Peak Temple, Jade Turing Manor might not open its doors tonight. However, Daoist Baozhen was wrong. Even if he mentioned the identity of the Golden Peak Temple and Xiao Yuanran's Grandmaster, Jade Turing Manor's main gate was still closed. Even the janitor didn't show up. Yi Miaofing looked unhappy, but he had to swallow his anger. He once again begged the water goddess to open the door. He also admitted that he had a secret order from His Majesty. Xiao Yuanran became more and more curious. What important matter did his master want to cause the two of them to be locked in the door? In a huge manor that covered an area of more than 100 acres, in a brightly lit hall, a short girl stepped on a bench and ate a bowl of noodles on the table. To be precise, it was a big bowl. It was bigger than two of her heads. It was stir-fried eel noodles. There were quite a few stewards and maids standing in the hall. They were all water ghosts that died unjustly in the burial river. One of the old men asked softly, "Goddess, are you sure you don't want to see the two Taoist priests from the Golden Peak Temple?" The girl didn't even raise her head. Her chopsticks flew as she ate the noodles, making a clattering sound. She said vaguely, "See my ass. It's just the same excuses. It's so annoying." She suddenly raised her head and said to a simple and honest man who looked like a cook. He was taking off his sleeve, "It's cooked well. Next time, add more chili. 3 or 4 ounces of chili. The taste will be even better. Don't forget, it's best if it's the Chow Tian pepper from Lu Laosan's shop. That's the most authentic spicy one." Zhong Kuei felt that the two of them were an eyesore. He waved his sleeve and reprimanded, "Why aren't you returning to the ancestral temple to reflect on your mistakes? Don't make a fool of yourself here." The two of them left awkwardly. Zhong Kuei turned his head and said to the short woman seriously, "As the water god of the buried river and worshipped by thousands of people, you should at least take care of the people below you. Don't always stare at that river demon. The incense of the divine path is not just about fighting and killing. If the people who burn incense are sincere, even if there is only one incense stick a year, the incense will not stop burning. However, if the people under your jurisdiction are blinded by greed and come here to burn incense only for the sake of asking and do not have much sincerity towards you, what can you do? After hundreds of years of incense, the sky is filled with incense. Even in the middle of the night, there are hundreds of people waiting outside to enter the temple to burn incense. The momentum is even greater than that of the Confucian Temple and the city god pavilion in the Mirage City. The true amount of incense and how much it weighs every day is unknown to the ordinary people and the temple attendants. However, as the water god of the buried river, how can you not know? If not for the existence of the Hall of the Goddess of Inspiration, which helped you to attract a large number of sincere women to burn incense and worship, you would have long been destroyed by the talented river demon and the water god temple and by Yu Mansion. For the first time, the short woman felt guilty and embarrassed. Zhong Kuei did not speak anymore. Chen Pinggan's heart had already calmed down. During his 2 travels to the vast world, outsiders had only mentioned Mr. Qi and the Sage of Literature 3 times. City god Xinwen of the Beautiful Clothes Nation of the Aquarius Continent and the old Taoist of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land had mentioned the theory of order. Then there was the water god in front of him. She had actually studied and became the Sage of Literature's worshipper. Furthermore, it was not just a normal admiration, it was close to obsession. Even Chen Pinggan did not dare to say that the old man's knowledge was on par with the Sage of Literature's. When Cui Dongshan talked about his teacher in the past, he only said that the Sage of Literature was extremely knowledgeable and was like the sun in the sky in the eyes of the scholars in the world. He did not compare him with any of the statues of the Confucian Temple. Moreover, to ask the Dafu Academy for a book of Confucian classics and worship it in the ancestral temple was related to the foundation of a god's golden body. Moreover, it was related to the palace that the gods of mountains and rivers dreamed of. Chen Pingan was shocked and puzzled by the short woman's decision, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had finally met someone who was on the same path in the vast world. Zhong Kuei said to Chen Pingan, "Do you know why it makes sense? It's not just about 2 slaps, it's not even about my identity as a gentleman." Chen Pingan was indeed curious and asked sincerely, "Why do you say so?" Zhong Kuei said generously, "It's because of the Confucian Academy's use of the books of the sages and thousands of years of education. The 72 academies were established in the 9 great continents, causing everyone on and off the mountain to revere them. If the teachers of the academy only relied on force, they would not be convinced and would only accumulate disadvantages. I, Zhong Kuei, am just taking advantage of the trees planted by my predecessors." Chen Pingan felt that it was a little strange. Zhong Kuei's current words and actions were completely different from usual. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what Zhong Kuei said. Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and put on a posture of listening attentively. He laughed out loud and said, "Sir, you're finally gone. I think I've already dealt with tonight's storm. It's a blessing in disguise. Maybe the next time I return to the academy, Sir will even praise me." Chen Pingan was speechless. This was the Zhong Kuei he knew. The goddess of the buried river had her eyes opened and almost doubted whether this person's identity as a gentleman was fake. Zhong Kuei patted his stomach and said, "The bowl of noodles I told you about has made me addicted. Let's go to your Bio mansion for supper." Chen Pingan frowned and said, "There's a supper stall not far away." Chen Pingan was no longer ignorant of worldly affairs. The statue of the sage of literature was not only moved out of the Confucian temple but also smashed. All the books he wrote were banned and destroyed in the vast world. Back then, the 72 academies in the 9 continents were either personally led by the Hill Master or at least a gentleman abbot. They were responsible for supervising the imperial court to carry out this matter without any mistakes. Once he got involved in the buried river temple, the imperial court of the Great Spring, and the Dafu Academy, he would be used by someone and could possibly harm others and himself. The dispute of the literary lineage had already been settled and the future generations did not need to be reasoned with. Why? Because the sages had already explained everything. The water goddess with a delicate figure seemed to have changed her mind and began to invite the 2 of them to the Bio mansion. She laughed and said, "The stall outside the temple can't compare to the supper of my Bio mansion. Go, 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 I'll take out a jar of 100-year-old wine to entertain the 2 of you." She wanted to use the identity of the gentleman of the academy to intimidate the 2 consecrators of the Liu family outside the Bio mansion. She was complacent and felt that her scheme was not inferior to that of the river demon. The more she thought about it, the happier she was. She laughed foolishly. Chen Pingan felt a little helpless. The water goddess was too honest. Wasn't it obvious that the supper of the Bio mansion was not easy to eat? It wouldn't be too late for her to be secretly happy after tricking the 2 of them into the mansion. Zhong Kuei pretended to be blind and turned a blind eye. He pulled Chen Pingan and only said that he wanted to see if the 100-year-old wine was comparable to the 5-year-old plum wine in the inn. She could no longer hide her appearance at the water goddess temple tonight. Zhong Kuei reprimanded the old woman in the temple on the spot. The short woman simply let go of her hands and stretched out her hand towards the buried river. The river water immediately surged and a water column gushed out. After sweeping to the shore, it turned into a lifelike yellow flood dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Outside the temple on the mountain, the flood dragon docilely bowed its head. The buried river god leaped onto the dragon's head. Zhong Kuei pulled Chen Pingan and flew up, standing on the neck of the yellow flood dragon. It twisted its body and returned to the buried river from the shore. Then, it quickly swam towards the Bio mansion downstream. The people on the shore who were waiting to open the door to burn incense saw the water goddess's heroic appearance and supernatural powers with their own eyes. They all knelt and kowtowed. After getting up, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They felt that this trip was not in vain. What a blessing it was to be able to see the water goddess's spirit. The three of them rode on the flood dragon formed by the river water and quickly arrived at the Bio mansion in the quiet forest. It seemed to be quite far from the river, but in fact, the mansion was connected to the water vein under the mansion. The mansion was located at the center of a formation. It could gather the essence of the buried river and absorb the fate of incense from the entire buried river. This was the foundation of the water goddess. The golden statue in the ancestral temple was only an external manifestation. The Taoist master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery, Taoist Baozhen Yi Miaofeng and his disciple Xiao Yuanran, other than being refused entry by the water goddess, they also had supper. The old butler had asked the chef to make some specialties that looked, smelled, and tasted good. In addition, there were 2 pots of fine wine to entertain the 2 consecrators who had said that they would not leave until they saw the water goddess. The old butler felt a little guilty. The 2 guests who had come from afar had extremely good tempers. They did not barge into the mansion, nor did they speak harshly. The old Taoist Baozhen only smiled at them and asked for supper. This made the old butler, who was afraid of being beaten to death, feel very touched. The flood dragon turned into a stream and rapidly disappeared outside the mansion. Zhong Kuei understood and glanced at the short girl beside him. The water goddess laughed dryly and pretended to be stupid. When the master and disciple saw Zhong Kuei, they immediately stood up to welcome him. After walking down the steps, they bowed and introduced themselves. Although they had not personally seen Zhong Kuei leave the inn to teach the 2 princes a lesson with his yin and yang spirit, Yi Miaofeng had long heard of Zhong Kuei's name. The 2 of them had first discovered that every time the Yao family's cavalry fought a great battle at the border, a slovenly green-robed scholar would appear far away from the battlefield. He would watch the battle from afar and never interfere. After the battle ended, he would quietly leave. Later on, when another great battle broke out, a green-robed scholar would quietly arrive. Yi Miaofeng used his identity as a consecrator to inquire about this matter in the Mirage City, but no one could find out about this person's background. Later, with the help of the Golden Peak Temple, they found out that Zhong Kuei was the youngest gentleman in the history of the Dafu Academy. He was a sage at the age of 12 and a gentleman at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he received the prefix of the gentleman's title, upright. Obtaining the 2 words, upright, was not something that a hill master of the academy could decide. It required the personal verification of the sage of the academy's one lineage and the approval of several sages who had statues in the Confucian temple. This was because every gentleman was known as a quasi-sage. The reputation of the Dafu Academy was not as good as the other 2 academies located at the north and south ends of the Tongyi continent. However, in the eyes of the Confucians of the continent and the immortal abodes of the sects, Zhong Kuei, as a native scholar of the Tongyi continent, was very close to various powers and land immortals. In order to get this gentleman to take charge of their country, the strongest dynasties of the Tongyi continent tried their best to befriend the Dafu Academy. Even the master of the Golden Peak Temple would have to treat the gentleman Zhong Kuei as an equal. Therefore, Yi Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran did not dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Yuanran felt that his master, Taoist Baozhen, was deliberately showing respect and flattery to Zhong Kuei. This cultivation genius of the Golden Peak Temple felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not show it. Yi Miaofeng had to show such a humble attitude. The matter of the Azure Turing Mansion had reached a critical juncture. As the proud disciple of the Mountain Lord of the Dafu Academy, Zhong Kuei might be able to play a decisive role. When the time came, not only would he complete the secret mission in the Mirage City, but he would also be able to help the Quan rope in a future Confucian sage. Then, his most valued disciple, Xiao Yuanran, would have a backer outside of the Golden Peak Temple. Naturally, Zhong Kuei had seen this pair of Taoists before, and more than once. His impression of them was not bad, but it was not good either. Otherwise, he would have greeted them long ago. After Yi Miaofing explained the purpose of the night visit to the Azure Touring Mansion, Zhong Kuei found that the buried river god did not seem to be involved, which made him angry and amused. However, he came to the buried river tonight for this matter. Moreover, the matter of the river demon bribing the Mirage City was not simple and had violated his taboo. Therefore, he simply said to Yi Miaofing, "I will persuade the water goddess about the matter of the Azure Touring Mansion's books. You can rest assured and report to the Mirage City. Of course, you can be more flexible in your wording. If the matter is successful, you will be rewarded. If not, you will not be punished. As for why I am helping you this time, there are reasons, but you don't have to blindly think about it." Yi Miaofing thanked him gratefully and left with his disciple, Xiao Yuanran. The old butler led the way, bringing the water goddess and the young guest who seemed to have an even greater background to the mansion's guest hall. Chen Pingan walked beside Zhong Kuei and looked at the scenery of the Azure Touring Mansion. On the screen wall, there was a vivid picture of the water goddess temple and the buried river. Incense rose in spirals, smoke rose, and the river surged, making the sound of flowing water. Only the water goddess could see Chen Pingan's Yin spirit. The Taoist master and disciple could not see through it. This was because Chen Pingan was in the ancestral temple and the Azure Touring Mansion, which belonged to the boundary of the buried river. As for the river demon and the water ghost, as long as the former was in the rivers and lakes, its attainment was profound, especially in the buried river that it chose to walk on. In fact, it had already obtained a supernatural power close to that of the water goddess, so it could also see it. As for the water ghost with shallow attainment, it was more like the drunkard had smelled the fragrance, and was naturally attracted. They came to a bright hall with candles as thick as an arm. The bowl of stir-fried eel noodles was still on the table. Chen Pingan looked at the big bowl and was stunned speechless. Zhong Kuei's expression was normal. He sat down at the table and said to the water goddess with a smile, "Come with me too. There's no need for such a big bowl. A small plate will do." She nodded and looked at Chen Pingan. "Young master, do you want supper?" The yin spirit was not like the yang spirit of a cultivator's external body. It could not eat delicacies in the human world and only used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nourishment. Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head, saying that there was no need. The water goddess and the gentleman sat at the same table, eating the eel noodles in their bowls and basins. Zhong Kuei's voice sounded in Chen Pingan's heart like, "This water goddess is good at refining weapons. I don't know what kind of opportunity she had, but she obtained an ancient inheritance. She used the poem on the stone tablet to pray for rain as a refining technique. It said that the quality of this chant is very high. It's the foundation of the Tao of that immortal in the upper five realms. Therefore, some people are very concerned about it. However, due to their reputation, they can only take it slowly." As Zhong Kuei said, the goddess of the buried river had refined a total of 9 weapons. 2 of them were ranked as Dharma treasures. In the process of fighting with the river demon, 3 of them were destroyed. Those were the Dharma treasures that allowed her to firmly suppress the river demon for more than 200 years. It was just that she had too many weapons. When women in the world went out for an outing, they would change their makeup and clothes. When the goddess of the buried river patrolled the territory, she would choose a weapon based on her mood. After eating supper, the water goddess spoke frankly to Zhong Kuei, "I'll have to trouble you to give me a definite answer. If I insist on asking for the book of the Sage of Literature, will the Dafu Academy find an excuse to destroy the Bio Manor? Or will they deliberately make things difficult for the Lius of the Great Spring?" Sooner or later, the kingdom of northern Jin and southern Qi will be destroyed. Chen Pingan looked at her in a new light. Zhong Kuei shook his head and smiled. The Dafu Academy won't be so unreasonable. At most, the Biyo Manor will destroy its own future. In the future, no matter how much you and the Great Spring Kingdom contribute, there will be no hope for you to be promoted to a palace. You must know this in your heart. Today, whether it's because you feel that the Biyo Manor is unjust or because you really admire the sage of literature's moral writings, you have rejected the Dafu Academy's good intentions. From now on, you will be recorded in the Academy's records. In the future, when you perform great deeds that benefit the common people and contribute to the country, you will still only be able to hang the Biyo Manor's plaque. When the time comes and you feel that the Academy is unfair, you might as well reconsider your choice today. She nodded and said, I'll remember it. When the time comes, I will definitely not blame the Dafu Academy. An eye for an eye. Actually, it's me who offended the Dafu Academy's dignity. Zhong Kuei sneered, you still know. The little water goddess of the Biyo Manor dared to reject the Dafu Academy's conferment. In the eyes of the other 3 academies in the Tongyi continent, wouldn't it be the biggest joke? Zhong Kuei's seemingly understated conclusion carried a lot of pressure and risk. Scholars were the most concerned about face. Perhaps it would not be a big deal if they suffered a big loss, but if they were to be slapped in the face in public, they would most likely be killed. Therefore, Zhong Kuei's words tonight were the biggest protective talisman for the Biyo Manor and the Buried River Temple. After all, Zhong Kuei was without a doubt the next Hill Master of the Dafu Academy. There were even rumors that Zhong Kuei had a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. She smiled awkwardly. Do you want another bowl of noodles? Zhong Kuei clicked his tongue. A bowl of noodles to protect the Biyo Manor. A bowl of noodles to protect the Great Spring Empire. Water Goddess, you have a good plan. Zhong Kuei's mouth was unforgiving, but he still ordered another bowl of noodles. Because it was really delicious, she even asked for 2 jars of good wine. The aroma assailed the nose, and it was much better than the wine Chen Pingan had drunk. Excluding the Forgotten Worries wine from the inverted hanging mountain, perhaps only the osmanthus wine could compare. However, drinking and eating noodles had nothing to do with him. Before drinking, Water Goddess repeatedly said that this century-old wine should not be drunk too much. One person could only drink 3 big white bowls at most. If one drank too much, even an immortal would be drunk. Then, Chen Pingan saw Zhong Kuei and her drink 4 big bowls each. 1 jar of wine was emptied, and not a single drop was left. Water Goddess even asked the servants to bring another jar to the table. Therefore, Chen Pingan saw 2 drunkards with terrible alcohol tolerance. Zhong Kuei wailed about Zhonyang. Water Goddess spoke loudly and slapped the table from time to time to help boost her momentum. At this moment, she stepped on the chair and gave herself a thumbs up. She asked Zhong Kuei, who she had just acknowledged as her brother, what do you rely on to survive in the martial world? Zhong Kuei was still talking about his Zhonyang. She then asked and answered her own question, backbone. You have to have a straight spine and hard fists. You have to be open-minded when you talk and behave. Brother Zhong Kuei, I think you are a good person. You are responsible, like a big man. I will acknowledge you as my brother. In the future, I will do anything for you. Chen Pingan sat at the side in boredom. He thought that if the little boy in green from the river water snake was present, he would probably say that it must be that friend who was loyal and patted his chest loudly. Zhong Kuei pointed to the opposite side of the table. The direction of his finger was far away from Water Goddess's seat. He said with drunken eyes, isn't surviving in the martial world the business of martial artists? You are a water god. No, it seems that the water god calling herself a martial artist is the most legitimate. All right, you are right. However, backbone can't be eaten. Water Goddess raised her eyebrows and took a big gulp of wine. She said with a slurred tongue, I usually have food to eat. I am very full, stewed snake meat, stir-fried eel noodles. It is said that my chef used to cook for the emperor. His skills are superb, so I still have to have backbone. Zhong Kuei shook his head. You have your backbone. It has nothing to do with me. I only want Zhonyang. Chen Pingan stood up and was about to go to the entrance of the hall to enjoy the scenery. He could not drink the good wine that was close at hand. In the end, it was annoying to look at it. At this moment, Zhong Kuei sat up straight in horror. His green robe suddenly trembled, and the smell of alcohol disappeared from his body. Water Goddess knocked her head on the table with a bang. Her head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Pingan turned his head to look. There was only a figure of medium height wearing a Confucian robe. Zhong Kuei bowed. Disciple Zhong Kuei greets teacher. That person's voice was deep as he said slowly, I am an outer disciple of Fushang sect. Some time ago, I accidentally encountered a disaster. After the news was passed to the academy, the other party seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It was a great demon of the upper 5 realms. It destroyed half of Fushang sect's mountain gate. Of the 2 pure jade realms in Fushang sect, one died and the other was injured. The great demon was seriously injured and tried to escape to the West Sea. Fortunately, it was stopped by the leader of Taiping Mountain who rushed there first. However, most of the demons that Taiping Mountain suppressed at the bottom of the well for thousands of years just happened to escape at this time. Zhong Kuei's face was solemn. Teacher, what should I do? That person sneered. It is not to drown your sorrows by drinking in the middle of the night. Zhong Kuei lowered his head. I know my mistake. That person sighed. Before dawn, leave for Taiping Mountain. At that time, you and all the other academy disciples will have to listen to the Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Do not rely on the academy's identity to act on your own. Do you understand? Zhong Kuei nodded. I understand. Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but stopped. He should be the Dafu Academy's mountain master. The scholarly man shook his head. Only cultivators of the upper 5 realms are qualified to encircle and annihilate that great demon. Zhong Kuei was silent. The scholarly man finally said, Zhong Kuei, you have to be careful. In this disaster, everyone has the possibility of dying. Even I am no exception. Zhong Kuei nodded. He suddenly realized something. Pure Town. The scholarly sage hesitated for a moment. We can put it aside for now. Zhong Kuei's eyes were complicated. The Dharma image of the sage arriving at the Azure Touring Manor had already dissipated in an instant. Chen Pingan stood at the door, dumbfounded. 3:45, Pei Qian said that he wanted to go to the entrance to look at the screen wall. The incense in the temple would float, and there would be a fragrance. The water would move, and there would be sounds. It was too interesting. The water goddess waved her hand and summoned a young maidservant to bring Pei Qian over to enjoy the scenery. Remembering that a scholarly sage from another lineage had just left, Chen Pingan put down his wine gourd and said, My hometown, Longquan County, was actually the earliest Lizhu grotto heaven. Mr. Qi was a teacher in the school, but I was poor when I was young and did not go to school. My neighbor next door was Mr. Qi's student and often mentioned it. But Mr. Qi has naturally seen it before. After all, the town is only so big. Zhong Kuei sat back at the table and poured a cup of wine with a smile. Of course, he did not completely believe Chen Pingan's words. A young pure martial artist had the blade-strengthening gourd and 2 natal flying swords, and could even travel at night. Even if there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Liju Grotto Heaven and Qin Pingan had other good fortune, Zhong Kuei would not believe that Qin Pingan and Qi Jingchen had only met. However, Qin Pingan had some reservations, so Zhong Kuei did not probe further. Although the knowledge of the literary sage had been banned by the major academies, it was not a big deal for the private library to have a few works of the literary sage. Not to mention knowing Qi Jingchen, it did not matter even if he had gone to that school. As long as Qin Pingan was not a direct disciple of Qi Jingchuan's lineage, there would definitely not be any trouble. Even if it was true, in the territory of the Dafu Academy in the Tongya continent, it did not matter. There was Zhong Kuei and his teacher. However, if it was in the two academies at the north and south ends, it would be hard to say. The water goddess's eyes lit up. She placed her hands on the table and asked hurriedly, "Have you seen the literary sage? Is he a particularly elegant old man with a laurel belt? His sleeves are cool, and there is a hint of gentleness in his seriousness. Furthermore, one can tell at a glance that he is an otherworldly expert with great knowledge. His temperament is similar to the mountains and forests in paintings." Qin Pingan could only say against his will, "I've never seen him." The water goddess's eyes were filled with regret and pity. The former was for herself, while the latter was for Qin Pingan. She slumped back into her seat and gulped down a large bowl of wine. After wiping her mouth, she sighed, "That's truly a regret in life. To think that you've never met an old man like that. Try to meet him in the future, or else your life won't be complete." Qin Pingan smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll fight for it." She recalled something. "Then have you seen a guy called Cui Shi? He's a bastard who betrayed his master despite being the eldest disciple. There's also that sword immortal whose sword skills are divine. His name is especially domineering. He's called Zhuozhuo. It's said that his sword skills are invincible. There are also people like Mao Xiaodong. There are so many disciples of the literary sage. You should have seen one of them, right?" Qin Pingan raised the wine pot. "It's a pity. Let's drink." The water goddess slammed the table and said angrily, "Drink my ass. What's wrong with you? If I were born and raised in the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the first thing I would do after leaving my hometown would be to visit the literary sage. If I can't enter the merit forest of the academy, I'll settle for the next best thing. At the very least, I have to scold Cui Dong, see his swordsmanship, and play chess with Mao Xiaodong." Qin Pingan echoed, "That makes sense. Water goddess." Zhong Kuei held back his laughter. "Scold Cui Dong. Water goddess, it's not that I'm looking down on you. It's enough to scare off ghosts in the Oris Core stage and even ghost kings in the nascent soul stage." Qin Pingan patted his shoulder and smiled, "Since it's so valuable, I can lend you the small snow all for a few more days." Zhong Kuei shook his shoulder and shook off Qin Pingan's hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not familiar with you." The water goddess was speechless. She could not guess what kind of relationship the two of them had. One was willing to lend an upper-grade magic weapon, while the other was willing to give 3 pieces of wind and thunder paper. Zhong Kuei started to put on an act, just like how he wrote the couplets in the inn. He held a brush in one hand and hovered in the air, ready to draw the talisman. He shook his sleeve and raised it high. The sage once said that if one has read more than 10,000 books, one can write like a god. "Water goddess, bring me some wine." The water goddess brought him a bowl of wine. Qin Pingan reminded him, "Don't get carried away. Draw the talisman properly. If it doesn't work, you can make another piece of wind and thunder paper for me. You said it yourself, friends are friends, but money is more important." Zhong Kuei put down the bowl of wine resentfully. Qin Pingan said again, "I'm just joking with you." Zhong Kuei's face was full of resentment. The water goddess was a little impressed by this young master who wandered in the night. Do you really not take the gentlemen of the academy seriously? Zhong Kuei took a big gulp of wine and burped. Then, a mysterious scene appeared. Wisps of snow-white spiritual energy, which seemed to be the righteous energy of the scholar, were exhaled by Zhong Kuei. The wisps of righteous energy wrapped around the tip of the small snow cone pen. Zhong Kuei's drawing of the talisman was even more unorthodox. He did not put his pen on the talisman paper. Instead, he recited a poem. Fong Zhang Ci Feng Gu, Iron Cavalry encircle Dragon City. Then, he shook his wrist gently and a string of small people the size of rice grains fell from the tip of the pen. Upon closer inspection, they were actually horse-riding generals in silver armor. More than 100 cavalry quickly arranged themselves on the wind and thunder talisman paper and stopped their horses. Zhong Kuei, who was holding the pen in his right hand, pointed at the talisman paper with 2 fingers on his left hand and said in a low voice, "Freeze." The silver-armored cavalry instantly melted and turned into the golden talisman paper. In an instant, it turned into a talisman. The other 2 talismans were similar in terms of talisman drawing. They were worthy of the reputation of having ghosts and gods under my wrist. The water goddess was greatly impressed. As expected of the quasi-saint of the Great Fu Academy. Not to mention moral essays, just this talisman attainment was probably enough to make a talisman warrior of the unpolished Jade realm slap the table in admiration. Zhong Kuei handed the 3 talisman papers to Chen Pingan. However, he made a decision in his heart. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath and said to the water goddess, "Send all the ghosts out of the green touring manor. Let them return after I succeed in drawing the talisman." Although she did not know why, she still used the river burying god and the green touring manor lord's unique spells to expel all the stewards, maidservants and servants in the manor. Zhong Kuei stood still with one hand behind his back and the other holding the small snow awl. A cool breeze blew in his sleeves. In an instant, the green touring manor began to tremble. The underground water veins surged. The water goddess found it difficult to breathe. She retreated and tried her best to distance herself from the gentleman from the Great Fu Academy. However, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. She only felt slightly better after she left the hall. She bit her lips and her eyes were in a daze. This scholar named Zhong Kuei was definitely not as simple as a gentleman from the academy. When Zhong Kuei put down his brush, he chanted softly, "The sword rises, the river clears, the mountains collapse in all directions, the sea of the 9 provinces boils." After the talisman was completed, the talisman gallbladder that would only be hidden in the talisman appeared on the spot. It was a white-robed sword immortal that was a finger tall. It floated above the talisman and drew its sword agilely. Sword chi circulated and moved as fast as lightning. Zhong Kuei's face was slightly pale. He kept the small snow awl and took a big gulp of wine. Although he was exhausted, he was all smiles. This talisman is also self-created. It's a talisman that I'm most proud of. It's named the Sword Suppression Talisman. It uses the majestic sword intent of an ancient sword immortal to suppress all intrinsic flying swords below the upper 5 realms. The talisman paper is excellent and my talisman is also drawn well. It's unlike the water well talisman that only traps a flying sword for a moment. Once this sword suppression talisman is used, it can directly deprive a golden core realm's intrinsic flying sword. The flying sword of a nascent soul realm sword immortal cannot be trapped for too long. It will break out of the talisman sooner or later. Remember, this talisman must not be taken out easily. If outsiders see it, my master has warned me that this sword suppression talisman does not follow the rules. It's too targeted at sword cultivators and will easily bring trouble to yourself. Chen Pingan felt a little guilty. You've worked hard. Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand. He spoke to Chen Pingan telepathically. This talisman paper is the manuscript of the sage's family's fundamental knowledge. Do you know how rare it is? Even my master only kept 3 of them with him when he left the central divine continent. He used one when he crossed the sea and another when he reached the Tongya continent. Now he only has 1 left. It's my master's precious treasure. Even I can only look at it and not touch it. Therefore, if it's only a golden talisman paper, the power of my sword suppression talisman will be greatly reduced. It will only be able to trap the intrinsic flying sword of a golden core realm sword cultivator for at most 5 minutes. Zhong Kuei cheered happily and began drinking again. Chen Pingan flipped his wrist and secretly passed a talisman paper to Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded. He stared and said, "Are you crazy? It's fine if you don't know its value, but I've already told you how rare it is. Why are you treating it like child's play? Hurry up and take it back." Chen Pingan did not allow any explanation. He released his fingers and allowed the green talisman paper to float down. Zhong Kuei had no choice but to quickly catch it and put it in his sleeve. Chen Pingan took off the blade strengthening gourd and raised it high. He chuckled softly. "I wish you success on your trip to Mount Taiping and slaying demons." Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. He silently raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the blade strengthening gourd in Chen Pingan's hand. They both drank a large mouthful of wine. Zhong Kuei finished the wine in his bowl and stood up. "I'm leaving." Chen Pingan cupped his fists and sent him off. Zhong Kuei was about to leave. Chen Pingan reminded him, "Aren't you going to ask the water goddess for a jar of wine?" Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. He gave Chen Pingan a thumbs up. The water goddess was a heroic person. Naturally, she would not be stingy. She brought 2 jars over, but Zhong Kuei kept one and gave it to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan did not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, the inn's green plum wine was finished. He slowly poured the 100-year-old wine from the azure touring mansion into the blade-strengthening gourd. Zhong Kuei carried the wine jar and his figure flashed. He flew through the air and came to the shore of the buried river. Just as he was about to cross the river, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that he saw his master's Yin spirit, as if waiting for him on the shore. Zhong Kuei quickly hid the wine jar behind him. The hill master of the De Fu Academy was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. He walked slowly on the shore of the buried river. Zhong Kuei followed behind him. The 72 academies in the world had 72 hill masters. Their realms were different. The highest could be in the immortal realm. However, there was no lack of hill masters who were only in the nascent soul realm. For example, Mao Xiaodong of the Great Sui Kingdom's New Cliff Academy was only in the nascent soul realm. However, with the hill master overseeing the academy, a nascent soul realm cultivator was comparable to a jade pure realm cultivator. No one dared to underestimate him. This scholar who came from a saint's mansion was not high or low among the hill masters of the academy. He was in the jade pure realm. In the De Fu Academy, he was in the immortal realm. However, this time, he went to the seaside in the west of the Fuho sect to pursue the great demon. After leaving the academy, he was only in the jade pure realm. The hill master said softly, "The other party may have a backup plan. Therefore, I don't want you to shrink back. I just want you to plan before you act. Even if you are subduing demons around Taiping Mountain, you cannot let your guard down." Zhong Kuei nodded and said, "I understand." The hill master stopped in his tracks and extended his palm. A green talisman floated in his hand. "Keep it and protect yourself." Zhong Kuei did not reach out to take it, Mister, did you not use your supernatural powers to check on the Bayou Manor when you were by the river? The Hill Master reprimanded softly. Previously, you summoned the ghost servants of the underworld without permission. As the Hill Master of the Defu Academy, it is my duty. How can I not investigate? When you were in the Bayou Manor, you were only interacting with friends. Naturally, I saw no evil. If it were not for the fact that I could not give you this talisman in front of outsiders, my Yin spirit would have left long ago. Zhong Kuei smiled. Mister, you are right. You are right. I have learned my lesson. The Hill Master did not mind. Why not? Zhong Kuei could only be honest. Other than the brush that I hit it off with, my friend also gave me a green talisman. It was made of the same material as yours. The Hill Master frowned and kept the talisman in his hand. He seemed displeased and asked, "Why did you accept such a valuable item?" Zhong Kuei was speechless. He thought carefully. I don't know why, but it seems that I should have accepted it. Please punish me. The Hill Master was silent for a moment. You don't have to hide that jar of Bayou Manor wine. Since you have made a good friend, isn't it worth drinking? Remember, you can drink, but don't delay the journey to Mount Taiping. And, don't do it again. Zhong Kuei scratched his head. Was Mr. possessed by a ghost? Mr. was famous for being old-fashioned. He followed the rules everywhere and was scrupulous in everything. He was best friends with the Hill Master of the Academy in the Jilu continent, who made mountains collapse and the earth crack when he made a move. The night roaming Yin spirit returned to his real body in the blink of an eye. The Hill Master was a little sad. Looking at the interaction between his disciple Zhong Kuei and the young man, he could not help but think of his own youth. He was more or less jealous of someone with the surname Qi, along with the descendants of the saint's mansion and the disciples of the rich families and sections. It was because the person who called himself Alliance was the person they admired the most. He liked to tell people that Shao Qi was his friend. Whoever dared to bully him, he would beat the coffin of his ancestor. In the Jade Turing Manor, the water god's first sentence after Zhong Kuei left was earth-shattering. I know that you've met the old master Wenxing, and it's definitely not a casual encounter. Chen Pingan was unmoved. Why don't I know? The water god sneered. Are you still pretending? Zhong Kuei can't recognize your identity and can't see through your knowledge because he doesn't belong to the old master Wenxing or the Qi Jingchen of the Cliff Academy. Who am I? I've read all of the works of the old master Wenxing countless times without missing a word. I know very well how great the old master Wenxing was when he participated in the debate between the three sects. The Qi of literature is magnificent. No matter what book you read, your Qi will be different. Who am I? I'm a buried river god after all. The Qi reading technique is my specialty. Looking at the water god who spoke with certainty, Chen Pingan asked with a smile, so? Her face instantly fell and her aura disappeared. "346. The first watch is the human, the second watch is the fire, the third watch is the wandering ghost, the fourth watch is the thief, the fifth watch is the rooster crowing, the world is white." Tonight, in the middle of the night, the river was filled with Yin energy. Over at the relay station, there might have been the Yao family iron cavalry stationed there. Their weapons were solemn, and they blocked that terrifying aura. Yao Jinji was practicing the money lesson in his room. It was commonly known as the Forest of Fire Pearls. It was one of the secret methods on the mountain. Although it was called a secret method, it was not really considered a mainstream method. Yao Jinji had obtained it by chance in the library when he was young. All these years, he had treated it as a pastime. With 3 copper coins, he would toss it to the ground to ask for divination, or 6 coins to ask for lessons. 6 copper coins would be placed in a bamboo tube. After tossing the copper coins out, he would look at the front and back, ask about the future, and judge whether it was good or bad. Yao Jinji himself didn't really believe in the theory that it worked sometimes. Today, she used 3 coins to ask about his future prospects in the capital. Great luck. He also used the 6-coin question method to test the length of Daquan Lusher's dynasty. Afterwards, Yao Jinji put away the copper coins one by one. His face was full of doubt and he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He could only mock himself that it was wrong to not ask about the common people and ask about ghosts and deities. She was no longer bothered by the results. She got up and walked to the window. She saw Yao Lingji practicing his swordsmanship. A little further away, there was a room that was still lit. Without guessing, he knew that Yao Xianji was reading a book on the art of war by the light of a lamp. She sat back at the table, thinking that she could often go to Mr. Liu to play chess, give the little girl named Pei Qian a few exquisite small things, and find an opportunity to give the young Mrs. Liu something appropriate. Because as a woman, she could see the hidden meaning in the depths of Xiao Yuanran's eyes, but she clearly saw through it, but pretended not to understand. During this journey to the north, she had only spoken 2 or 3 sentences with the young Taoist priest and had deliberately looked at his back once. As for that young consecrator, it was funny to say that he thought that he could hide everything with an indifferent expression in front of her. She was certain that her unintentional gaze that time was enough to cause ripples in the heart of an ambitious cultivator. Yao Jinji had always believed that this was more important than 1,000 words. What's more, a person's words were never excessive. Whether or not it entered one's ears was one thing, and whether or not it entered the hearts of others was another. Women who were beautiful and men who were powerful had an innate advantage. When Yao Jinji thought of this, he felt a little depressed. Why was someone able to get along with him peacefully? From late at night until daybreak, Zhu Lian stayed by the riverside, pacing back and forth. Strange things happened one after another last night. First, the little girl, Pei Qian, said that she saw a golden bridge on the river. Then, Chen Pingan stopped the sword furnace and said that he and Pei Qian should go back to the relay station first. Chen Pingan then jumped into the river and Pei Qian jumped in without saying anything. After that, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river. The spiritual energy on the surface of the river made Zhu Lian feel uncomfortable. The whirlpool wrapped Chen Pingan and Pei Qian in it. It suddenly appeared and disappeared, leaving Zhu Lian with a blurry figure of a short girl. It was said that the Tongyi continent was only one of the 9 great continents in this vast world. The world was vast. How big was it? Cultivators were incredibly powerful. Earlier, Zhu Lian was a little depressed. He was like a rich gentleman who suddenly entered the capital and found that he couldn't buy anything with the money in his pocket. He was still a little disappointed. However, Zhu Lian cleaned up these thoughts very quickly. Instead, he was filled with a heroic spirit and fighting spirit. Zhu Lian might be all smiles all day long, following Chen Pingan everywhere. However, he had not wasted a single moment in the past few days when his martial arts cultivation had been advancing bravely and ferociously. The other 3 were not inferior to Zhu Lian. Wei Xian was carefully examining the world, seeing the world in detail. Sui Yuyu was in seclusion in the carriage, comprehending the sword. Liu Baixiang was a genius, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This was the most intangible advantage of Zhu Lian, Liu Baixiang, and the other 3. Without exception, they were all once invincible in the world. As pure martial artists, their state of mind was almost flawless, and they were most worthy of the word pure. Between the 4 of them, there was a secret competition. The bottleneck of the 7th level depended on who broke through it first. As long as they entered the golden body of martial artists, the 8th level of the Imperial Wind Realm and the peak of the 9th mountain were no big barriers to them. It was just a matter of time. Zhu Lian looked up at the sky and began to return along the path he came from. He weighed a pebble in his hand, gently rubbing it. The pebble was constantly blown away by the wind by the riverside. Other than the bottleneck of the martial way, the four of them were naturally dissatisfied with their own shackles. Wei Xian was the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Liu Baixiang was the founder of the demon sect, and Sui Yuyu was a female sword immortal who even wanted to break the rules of the blessed land. To say that the four of them were wholeheartedly convinced by the young man holding the four scrolls and were willing to work like cattle or horses, not to mention Qin Pingan, even the child called Pei Qian wouldn't believe it. However, the four of them had a deep impression of Qin Pingan after the incident at the inn. Zhu Lian clenched the pebble in his hand and muttered to himself, looking at Qin Pingan's natural attitude now, Liu Baixiang should be the first to reveal the truth. Is that why the two of them are so close and relaxed? After Zhong Kuei finished drawing the stunning sword suppression talisman, he left the buried river with his teacher one after the other. The fate of the mountains and rivers of the Bayou Manor gradually stabilized. The young female servant brought Pei Qian back to the main hall. Previously, Pei Qian was at the projector wall. She had just thrown the buried river spirit back to the projector wall when she saw the chaotic scene of the incense burning and the churning of the river water. It was as if the river water would gush out of the stone wall and flood the manor in the next moment. Pei Qian was shocked and clamored to return to Qin Pingan's side to stay. The water ghost servant girl who was wrongfully buried in the river many years ago was chased out of the manor by the water deity's power. Pei Qian was left standing alone at the projector wall, wailing until her throat was hoarse. Now that she had returned to the main hall, Pei Qian's face was still streaked with tears. She stood timidly at the threshold, not daring to enter. She still had some eyesight. She knew that Qin Pingan was discussing business with someone. If she had caused trouble again and angered Qin Pingan, Zhong Kuei had interceded for her last time. This time, no one would speak up for her. Qin Pingan turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian ran into the main hall like a wisp of smoke and sat on the chair beside Qin Pingan. She sat upright and said with a bit of grievance and guilt, "I just returned the water to the projector wall. I don't know the reason, but the earth shook and the mountains shook. Qin Pingan, I really didn't do it on purpose. You mustn't be angry." Qin Pingan flicked Pei Qian's forehead and said with a smile, "You still know how to be afraid." When Pei Qian saw this, she was relieved. That frightening phenomenon most likely had nothing to do with her. With a boost of confidence, she immediately straightened her back. The fragrance of the wine on the table assailed her nostrils. She was really hungry. Besides, she had seen many supernatural beings. In the past, Pei Qian had heard the storytellers under the bridge tell those supernatural stories in the lotus flower blessed land. They always talked about how a cup of wine and a peach in the underwater dragon palace and the immortal mansion could increase one's lifespan after eating. She asked tentatively, "Can I have a sip of wine?" Qin Pingan glared at her. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be enlightened and said, "I'm still young. Why would I drink wine?" "Qin Pingan, you should drink more." The water goddess, who was straightforward by nature, was amused by this mischievous little girl. "There are still many 100-year-old water flower wine in the residence. I'll give you a jar later. As for whether Qin Pingan snatches it away to drink or leaves some for you, I don't care." Staying by Qin Pingan's side, Pei Qian was not afraid of anything. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If you really want to give me wine, I'll have to thank you. However, I'm still young and can't drink wine. Otherwise, it will affect my learning. Next time, we'll come to your house as guests. When we can drink wine, don't be stingy. Otherwise, you'll be letting down your identity as an immortal." The water goddess clicked her tongue in wonder. She carefully sized up Pei Qian's features. The more she looked, the more moved she was. She said to Chen Pingan half-truthfully, "What a spirited little girl. Why don't you let her stay in the roaming jade manor? I'll help you take care of her. In the future, she'll take over the position of the buried river goddess of the roaming jade manor. I promise to teach her everything and refine 2 magic treasures for her. In at most 200 years, she'll become the most powerful water goddess in the Great Spring Dynasty." Pei Qian stood up in a panic and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I still have to go to the Dragon Spring County of the Aquarius continent to help my family put up spring couplets." Chen Pingan tactfully rejected the water goddess's suggestion. If he did not bring her along, he would not be at ease. The water goddess did not insist. However, she was not joking when she said those words just now. As for practicing martial arts or cultivating the Tao, Pei Qian did not even think about it. This little girl was now trekking through mountains and rivers with Chen Pingan. As long as she could have a talisman worth an entire mansion pasted on her forehead, she would be overjoyed and would not feel tired walking. This was probably what it meant by "everything has its weakness." No matter if Pei Qian followed Zhu Lian to practice martial arts or stayed in the Jade Touring Manor to become the next buried river deity, no matter how high her achievements were, there was no hope that she would be grateful to Zhu Lian and the water goddess. Perhaps one day there would be a conflict and she would be slapped to death by Pei Qian. After that, she would feel that it was natural. "You guys have angered me and I am more capable than you. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to stay by your side and be an eyesore?" It was just that when it came to Chen Pingan, Pei Qian's thoughts were completely different and could be said to be unique. However, the 2 of them were only fated to be in this mountain and were completely unaware of it. The water goddess waved her hand and the maidservant silently retreated. Only then did the water goddess ask, "Chen Pingan, I am a straightforward person and you are even more so. Otherwise, Zhong Kue would not have interacted with you in such a manner. Then, shall I speak my mind?" Chen Pingan nodded. "Please speak your mind, water goddess." The water goddess's expression was solemn, as if she was preparing her words and had something important to discuss. Chen Pingan did not know why. Logically speaking, Zhong Kue had already helped to settle the matter of upgrading the manor to the palace, so there should not be any difficulties in the Jade Touring Manor. However, since she was so solemn, Chen Pingan waited quietly for her to continue. She asked slowly, "Chen Pingan, you've met the Sage of Literature. Then, is the Sage of Literature a lofty mountain that people look up to? Is the Sage of Literature so eloquent that every word he utters is worthy of admiration? Is it because after listening to those profound and simple truths of the great Tao, one would have the thought that we juniors should just kowtow to him?" Opposite the table, the water goddess was in high spirits. Fortunately, Chen Pingan did not drink. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of wine on the spot. Pei Qian did not know who the Sage of Literature that the water goddess was talking about was, but from her tone, it seemed like Chen Pingan knew that rather powerful old man. She felt honored and crossed her arms in pride. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of the 100-year-old water-flower wine of the Jade Touring Manor in the blade-strengthening gourd. He hesitated for a moment and could not bear to destroy the mighty image of the Sage of Literature in the water goddess's heart. He chose and said, "Old Sir is naturally very knowledgeable and has an extremely good temper. He treats others kindly and never puts on airs. When he is outside, he is very approachable." How could he not be approachable? He was small and had traveled the world. He looked like a poor old scholar. It was more appropriate to replace approachable with ordinary looks. He was even worse than Zhong Kue at the inn. He liked to abduct people to drink. When he drank, he liked to pretend to be drunk and go back on his word. However, Chen Pingan could not bear to tell the water goddess the truth. He was afraid that if she was not careful, her Tao heart would really collapse. This time, the water goddess did not need to drink from the big white bowl. She picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. The sage of literature is indeed as I thought. Oh, the heavens! He is extremely knowledgeable, but he also bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. He walks in the mortal world, is amiable, and treats the world well. Back then, the sage of literature was only ranked 4th in the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. He was not allowed to accompany the Saint Master. How preposterous! The water goddess chattered non-stop and kept defending the sage of literature that she respected greatly. Chen Pingan did not reply, but he thought of many true scholars and people who yearned to be scholars. Mr. Qi's husband, Mr. Qi, the lotus flower blessed land, Zhong Qiu, who looked like Mr. Qi, Chen Pingan, and the child, Chao Qinglang, who looked like him. Everything in the world, reasonable and unreasonable, will eventually land in one place. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He just drank the wine. The wine was so delicious that he thought of those wonderful people and things. The old elementary scholar Wen Xing's theory of order, Mr. Qi's not disappointed, Zhong Qiu's clear conscience, and Chao Qinglang's hope. Chen Pingan would definitely not become a drunkard today. Perhaps, as Alliance had said, he would really become a wine immortal. One was talking to himself, while the other was thinking to himself. They both drank and did not need anyone to persuade them. The so-called cellar storage of the water flower wine of the Azure Touring Manor was hidden in the river essence. After 100 years, it would naturally age and become sweet. It was easy to drink, but the after-effects were not small. The water goddess was really drunk. She sat cross-legged on the chair and shook her head. She said that she envied Chen Pingan to death. He had seen the sage of literature and was so familiar with the sage. He had achieved the great fulfillment in his life, but she did not have such luck. She sat on the altar every day. It seemed that the water goddess temple was filled with incense, which was even more exuberant than the Mirage City. However, there were so many selfish desires mixed in the incense. She did not like many of them. She wanted to ask the sage of literature face to face. The sages had said so many principles. There were so many statues of gods in the Confucian temple. There were so many scholars who had read the books of the sages. Why was the world still so unbearable? It always made people more and more disappointed, making her dislike the human world more and more. In the end, the water goddess counted with her fingers and said the classics in the books of the old scholar, Wen Xing. She complained that the people of the world were not willing to learn such a good principle. Was it because the old scholar, Wen Xing, was too knowledgeable that the people of the world could not touch it? In the end, she scratched her head with both hands and was at a loss. Pei Qian rolled his eyes. All right, I shouldn't drink alcohol in the future. If all women become crazy like this imperial concubine after drinking alcohol, it would be too laughable. There was one thing that was good about Chen Pingan when he drank. Before he was drunk to death, his eyes would always be brighter as he drank. He looked completely new and his eyebrows would be raised. It was as if his fist technique was no longer restrained but released. It was as if the lethargy of his youth was suppressed by the pressure of the wine. However, this did not mean that Chen Pingan was becoming more and more sober as he drank. It was just that when he was drunk, he would not be able to suppress his nature. Before drinking, he would be cautious. For example, he would always cover the surface of a bronze mirror with both hands or a lamp in a shabby room with both hands. He did not want others to see it. After drinking, he would release his hands and let out a bright light. Chen Pingan placed the blade-strengthening gourd heavily on the table and said loudly, "Why is old Mr. Wen Xing's knowledge too high? Isn't it useful? It's very useful. I want to tell you that this theory is applicable everywhere. Good people can learn it, evil people can learn it, emperors can learn it, commoners can learn it, immortals on the mountain can learn it, demons and ghosts can learn it, and even the gods of the mountains and rivers can learn it. As for whether you are willing to apply it or not, that's a matter for after you learn it. Learning this knowledge first is beneficial. Chen Pingan subconsciously sat up straight and imitated the gentleman Zhong Kuei. He also imitated Mr. Qi, who was teaching in the school. After learning the true knowledge of the world, one will have the source of living water in one's heart. I feel that old Mr's knowledge, the word order, is great knowledge. True knowledge can be learned by everyone. Do you want to learn it? The water goddess's eyes were in a daze. She slammed the table and said, "I'll learn it if you say it." Chen Pingan leaned forward slightly and wrote the word order on the table with his finger. The purpose of this knowledge is the word order. Apart from the order of etiquette and rules, there is a huge river that benefits the common people. I, Chen Pingan, don't know much. I'll only say what I know, and what I'm not wrong. Now, I'll use the content that old Mr. told me that night to tell you the meaning of the order. Chen Pingan recounted the opening content of the old master's discussion of the Tao that night in detail. Fortunately, Chen Pingan had a good memory. Even though he was drunk, he did not make a mistake. The first chapter was divided into order. Everything in the world had a sequence of events. He could not skip any link. He could only choose what he wanted to talk about. Otherwise, everything in the world would never be able to tell right from wrong. Otherwise, there would only be positions and no right or wrong. It would be as if everyone in the world was pitiful and hateful. How could he really be reasonable? Could it be that he could only rely on his fists to speak after he could not reason with them? That would be ridiculous. The second chapter was about judging big and small. There were big and small differences between right and wrong. He had to use the good techniques of the legalists and the techniques of the Taoists. The third chapter was about determining good and evil. Using etiquette and rules as the basic yardstick, combining local customs and people's morals, he had to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter was about combining knowledge and action. If one was wrong, he had to correct it. Chen Pingan took 2 hours to explain the contents of these 4 chapters in detail. This knowledge of order is the best knowledge. However, it is extremely difficult to start and act according to the purpose of this knowledge. I don't know why old Mr. Wen Xing advised me to drink. I don't know why he cut down the Rain Master statue and flattened the Flood Dragon ravine without reason. I also don't know why Zhong Kuei, a gentleman, is not like a gentleman of the academy. I don't know why the old monk of the Temple of Hearts said that the world owes good people. I don't know why the old Taoist brought me to see the blessed land of lotus blossoms. Good people are rarely rewarded, while evil people are rarely punished. Chen Pingan wanted to combine knowledge and handling matters. However, he would often start to doubt himself as he spoke. He told the water goddess who was listening attentively across the table that Chen Pingan still felt that the principles he had figured out were still too small. Especially when it came to the complicated good and evil, as well as the fine details of people's hearts, he was far from being qualified to make final conclusions. Chen Pingan sat there and talked to himself most of the time. Another 2 hours passed. Time slowly flowed by like the river outside the green touring manor. The water goddess had already stood up and stood respectfully. She bowed slightly, like a student listening to the teachings of a teacher. She engraved it in her heart and did not dare to miss a single word. Pei Qian seemed to have heard it, but she also seemed to be absent-minded. She lay on the table with her face pressed against the table. She looked at Chen Pingan who had spoken so many principles in one breath. In her memory, other than the battle with Chao Qinglang on the street outside the alley, he had fought the imperial tutor, the great demon Ding Ying, and Chen Pingan without much words. After leaving the blessed land of lotus blossoms, he had killed the big green water buffalo with one strike near the Jin Huang residence at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. On the second floor of the inn, he had asked to search his conscience and killed the arrogant and despotic young duke with 3 punches. Chen Pingan said that he did not understand many things in the past. Actually, the little girl, Pei Qian, did not understand either. Why was it that Chen Pingan, who was reasonable and kind to everyone in the world, was the only one who treated her badly and had the worst temper towards her? She still felt that staying by his side, even if she was scolded and beaten, she still felt that she didn't feel wronged. She felt at ease and felt that she could do whatever the guy beside her wanted her to do. She did not need to think too much about anything. Of course, she still felt very irritated and troublesome. However, these emotions were much better than when she was alone in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom like a little lonely ghost, drifting here and there year after year. She always felt that one day she would freeze to death or starve to death. It was probably because of tonight's situation that Chen Pingan would still say what she approved of the most. What he said might not be the most reasonable and right. Chen Pingan would see all kinds of good people in the world. Pei Qian only wanted to see all kinds of evil people in the world. The clay statue of the golden body on the altar in the main hall had already returned to its original state. It no longer emitted divine light that shone on the river. The statue's appearance was actually only 40 to 50% similar to her actual appearance. Moreover, the statue's woman had a graceful figure. Her sleeves fluttered and her lines were agile. She was like a deity wearing heavenly clothes. She had always felt that it was not her at all. She had overly beautified her description and beauty. However, this was the rule of the mountain and river deities and the statues in the ancestral temple. The earliest temple attendant was a woman who was hell-bent on being saved by her from drowning. She gave up her wealthy status in the secular world and became a temple attendant in the water god temple. She worked for 50 years and slowly turned from a young woman to a white-haired old woman. Because she did not have the talent for cultivation, she only lived to the age of 80 before passing away. It was this temple attendant who was diligent and reluctantly traveled everywhere to help her gather believers. Year after year, she opened a porridge shop to help the people. On her deathbed, the old woman held the water god's slender hand that was like fine jade and laughed hoarsely. The goddess was still so beautiful. The golden statue's craftsmanship was not good enough and could not compare to 1,000th of the goddess's looks. In the end, the old woman's eyes were filled with tears as she asked the water god a question. It was only 4 words. Has it disappeared? Before the water god could give an answer, the old woman had already passed away. When she was young, her husband was a merchant and often went out. She couldn't stand the loneliness and hooked up with another man. After her affair was exposed, she colluded with another man and killed her husband. Later, she successfully remarried and seized all of her ex-husband's property. She bullied and humiliated him. After a few years of happiness, they met because of bad karma and separated because of bad karma. During a spring outing, she was beaten half to death by a fickle man and thrown into a river. Only then was he saved by her, who was a small water god who was buried in a temple in the river. With all these things, the water god could not solve her doubts. It was not until she read Master Wen Xing's moral essay that human nature was evil and was taught to be good that the buried river god came to a sudden realization. As the buried river god, she could use incense to illuminate people's hearts. Originally, she hated the ugliness of people's hearts and would even reject the curling incense. She always felt that every time she let people's wishes come true, she would have an additional trace of evil karma. After that, her state of mind began to change. She ruled the buried river and suppressed it with her might to intimidate evil thoughts. At the same time, she joined forces with several city gods on both sides of the river to appear several times. She also prayed to the imperial court for rain and spared no effort to use her supernatural powers. Even if her cultivation was weakened and her golden body dimmed, she had to strive to grant all requests. Regardless of whether the incense was good or greedy, at least she had to make herself have a clear conscience. However, after hundreds of years, there would always be a time when her patience was exhausted. She began to walk into the water god temple less and less. She became more and more fond of staying in the bayou manor that refused guests. She wholeheartedly relied on the immortal's incantation to refine one weapon after another in order to pass the boring life of a god. There was an even more important inside story. It was because the incantation passed down from ancient times could not only be used to refine weapons, it could also refine the water of the buried river and even refine incense in the human world. It was truly a great supernatural power of immortals that could be used to refine everything. She originally thought that since the young lady named Pei Qian was fated to come here and had such good qualifications, it might be the will of the heavens that Pei Qian could inherit her deity position and this supreme incantation. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not the case. She could only wait. The inheritance of deity position was the same as the qi cultivator taking in a disciple. It was never a small matter. If one was not careful, not only would the disciple suffer a disaster, the master would also be implicated and die. Otherwise, she would teach an ingrate who was not familiar with the teachings and betrayed the teachings, deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. For example, the master Wen Xing that she admired the most. How knowledgeable was he? Didn't he still teach a Cui Dong? The morning sun shone into the main hall through the window. The water goddess retracted her gaze and sighed softly. The old woman in charge of the temple stood at the door. Her wrinkled old face was filled with tears of excitement and joy. It was truly a piece of great news. The water goddess had ascended the deity position. Naturally, everyone in the temple buried by the river would follow her. From now on, not only would the river demon have to tuck its tail between its legs and not dare to stir up trouble, but everyone from the provincial governor's mansion, the county governor's mansion, and the county yamen would probably have to change into a more respectful expression. Even the arrogant provincial governor, who thought that he was her benefactor, might have to be more polite to her in the future. The old temple attendant asked nervously, "Your Highness, the Lord City God, the Earth Lord, and some small river Hebo near the buried river have all rushed over to congratulate your Highness. They know your Highness's temper, so they don't dare to disturb the bayou manor. They have all prepared valuable gifts and are waiting outside the temple. Will you see them or not? If you're tired, I can help to reject them. They won't dare to say anything." The water goddess said indifferently, "I still have some time. Let's meet them." Protecting the fate of the mountains and rivers and educating 900,000 people in the area isn't something that our water goddess temple can do. We need to work together. The old woman was extremely surprised. She didn't know why the mischievous water goddess had changed her personality. However, it was still a good thing. She immediately turned around to pass down the order. As long as the water goddess was willing to put in some effort to recruit the gods of the mountains and rivers, the buried river temple would definitely be able to respond to her call and become the #1 great spring water goddess. Ever since the first female temple attendant died, the buried river temple had been replaced one after another. However, she didn't have any feelings. Coming and going, life and death, it was just like that. At this moment, the water goddess who was alone seemed to be talking to an old friend. She smiled and said, "I heard that there are 2 families in the Mirage City who are the best at creating deity statues. The Zhang family is known to be short and beautiful, adding to their elegance. The Chao family is known to be floating in the air like an immortal. Which one do you think is more suitable for me? Which family's craftsman would you prefer? The corners of her mouth curled up and she smiled. She waved her hand and said, "You don't have to think about it. Whichever family has a big mouth and offers a high price, pick them. Now, we don't have to worry about money." At dawn, at the riverside post house, the old General Yaojin found that Chen Pingan didn't appear for breakfast and felt a little strange. Zhu Lian smiled and explained that the young master hadn't returned from his travels. Last night, he suddenly had an idea to visit the buried river temple. The old general might as well hurry on his way. The young master would definitely follow. Yaojin laughed and said that this guy was really not loyal. If he had known, he would have dragged him along last night. What was a delay of 1 or 2 days? Zhu Lian didn't say anything more. He smiled and left, sitting at the same table with Lu Baixiang and the other two. Lu Baixiang looked at him. Zhu Lian shook his head and smiled. "Don't ask me. The young master didn't ask me to follow at that time. He only said to return as soon as possible and asked me to inform the post house." Wei Xian just lowered his head and ate the porridge, his chopsticks flying. Whether it was sitting posture or eating, Sui Yuyu was the most unique of the 4 retainers. Even the most simple-minded of the Yao family retainers felt that this beautiful woman with a sword on her back was definitely not an ordinary person. She wasn't a retainer that any young master of the Great Spring aristocratic family could have. Lu Baixiang frowned. Zhu Lian smiled. "What, you don't trust me? Even if I have that kind of thought, do I have the ability?" Seeing that Lu Baixiang wasn't willing to talk to him, Zhu Lian's smile deepened. The Taoist master and disciple sitting in the corner, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran, looked at each other and didn't say anything. But in the lake of their hearts, each of them had a voice. Xiao Yuanran drank a bowl of porridge and asked telepathically, could the phenomenon in the latter half of the night at the buried river temple have something to do with this person? Yin Miaofeng answered, maybe. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. After all, the reaction of the water goddess was the great phenomenon of forming a jindan. Even the gentleman Zhong Kuei might not have the ability to help her. But this Mr. Chen of unknown origin really can't be judged by common sense. We don't need to pay attention to him. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, we can already report to the Great Spring Lu family. Regardless of whether the Bio Manor ascends to the imperial palace or not, it is already fortunate that there is a gentleman from the academy supporting it. Now that the buried river deity has advanced through his own ability, we can actually talk about our visit last night and benefit from it. Perhaps I can help you get some benefits. Xiao Yuanran nodded. He glanced at the Yao girl who had put on the veil hat again and didn't say anything else. Although Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji were the direct descendants of the Yao family and were highly regarded, they still didn't have the qualifications to sit at the same table as their grandfather, Yao Jin. The 3 seats were occupied by old soldiers who had followed Yao Jin for most of their lives, regardless of rank. Yao Jin took it as a matter of course, and the 3 old soldiers also didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Yao Xianji blinked at Yao Lingji and pouted. Yao Lingji asked, do what? Yao Xianji lowered his voice, do you think Mr. Qin met some blind guy and went on a killing spree to kill demons? Think about it, Mr. Qin used his own strength to defeat the demons within hundreds of miles of the buried river. They were all crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. Isn't this scene very heroic? Yao Lingji said unhappily, are you still asleep? Do you like to dream during the day? Yao Xianji raised his eyebrows, you think Mr. Qin can't do it? Yao Lingji said, I don't think there are so many demons in the buried river. After all, there is the water deity temple suppressing it. Yao Xianji laughed heartily, didn't I say so? You actually believe that young Master Qin has such capabilities? Yao Lingji frowned, eat your porridge. Yao Xianji smiled happily. Today's porridge is especially delicious. Which young man didn't admire a true hero? Chen Pingan suddenly woke up. He sat up on the bed, sweating profusely. After thinking about it carefully, he felt slightly more at ease. In his memory, he only talked about the order of old Mr. Wenxing, and did not talk much about the fight between the third and fourth places. He also did not talk much about Mr. Qi. However, even so, when he saw the goddess of the river burying God later, he still had to remind her. If they were to chat behind closed doors, they could speak and act without restraint, but if they were to open the door, they should not talk about this matter anymore. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would have left and returned to the Aquarius continent long ago, but the water goddess would not be able to move from the green touring manor and the golden body of the ancestral temple. Glancing at the pair of boots under the bed, he was stunned. The boots were placed with the tips facing inwards. Chen Pingan shook his head. Fine, are you afraid that I don't know that you helped me take off the boots? She was really clever. Why didn't she spend more time on her studies? After leaving the house, Chen Pingan stood in the middle of the courtyard. It was about the end of the 7 o'clock in the morning. The Yao family's entourage should have already set off. He and Pei Qian needed to hurry on with their journey. Not to mention the 300-li buried river route to the courier station, they had already been delayed for more than 2 hours. But after drinking the 100-year-old water flower wine last night, he felt refreshed. His body had more or less recovered from the battle at the inn, and his state of mind was more relaxed. It was like an old house that had accumulated too many miscellaneous items. Even if the owner treated them as treasures, but if he tidied them up one day, it would definitely be more pleasing to the eye. At the entrance to the courtyard stood a young female servant. "348. The Yao family was experienced in doing things. There were people waiting for Chen Pingan at the inn. Zhu Lian was among them. The young scout, Yao Xianji, even shamelessly stayed behind. Chen Pingan apologized to the 2 old soldiers of the Yao family. The old soldiers laughed heartily. One of them quickly waved his hand and said that young Master Chen was too polite. He was treating himself as an outsider. He could not accept this. The way Yao Xianji looked at Chen Pingan was like looking at a general who had returned victorious from the battlefield. Chen Pingan was a little confused. A group of people rode on horseback to catch up with the main group. Pei Qian and Chen Pingan rode on the same horse. The little girl was very happy. The old general, Yao Jin, had already let the carriage slow down. Soon, Chen Pingan saw the figures of the group. After a period of rest and recuperation, and with the help of a prince's miraculous medicine, Yao Jin's injuries from the assassin were almost completely healed. Today, the horses slowed down for the journey to the north. After obtaining Yao Jinji's permission, he left the carriage and began to ride. In the end, he was an old man who had spent most of his life fighting on horseback. When he was young, he was already used to the rapid march of long-distance attacks. He would not fall off even if he slept on horseback. Today, he was riding side by side with Chen Pingan. The scenery along the way was pleasant. His little benefactor also chatted with him about the scenery of the temple by the buried river. Yao Jin's spirit was very good, and his laughter was hearty. Chen Pingan wanted the old general to help him ask the government for a geomancy map of the buried river basin. Yao Jin agreed without asking. Pei Qian had already rushed Chen Pingan to the carriage. Once again, he was in the same room as Sui Yu. The latter sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His sword was held horizontally across his knees. Pei Qian had always disliked this cold woman. She looked at everyone as if they owed her dozens of taels of silver. Who was she trying to show her sour face to? Be careful, she might become an old woman next year. Before entering the carriage, Pei Qian had asked Chen Pingan for the small regular script writing brush and rice paper. She sat in the corner and opened the cotton bag by herself. She carefully placed her new belongings inside. From the bottom of the bag, she took out a heavily wrinkled book. She glanced at the pair of boots in the bag. They were bought not long ago, but they were covered in mud. She stuck out her tongue and quickly put the bag, not daring to let others see it. Lying down, Pei Qian held the book. She flipped and flipped it over for a long time. She finally put it on her face. And fell into a deep sleep. Sound. Before falling asleep, the little girl thought about what that fellow had said. He wanted her to study hard in the future and not just memorize books with her strength. She thought about it. Today was too tiring. She would talk about it tomorrow. She would do it tomorrow. She was so happy that she almost laughed out loud when she thought of the saying, "Tomorrow brings on tomorrow, and there are so many tomorrows." Therefore, the little girl slept especially soundly today. Sui Yu opened her long and narrow peach blossom eyes and gently exhaled. She quickly raised her hand and gently waved it, instantly shattering the aura. The 4 people in the picture scroll, except for the taciturn Wei Xian who was the first to come out of the picture scroll cage, the other 3 came to this vast world on the same day. Zhu Lian had taken the extreme path of external martial arts. Only when he had reached the peak of martial arts did he switch from external martial arts to internal martial arts. Otherwise, this martial madman, who had been killed by Ding Ying, would not have wanted to kill the other 9 great grandmasters alone. Among them, they mentioned the elegance of sword cultivation, the fierce and powerful killing power, the mysterious appearance of flying swords, which made her fascinated. This was good. Lotus Flower Blessed Land was too small to accommodate her sword. This world was big enough. One day, she must go to the highest place to use her sword. Sui Yu continued to close her eyes. When it came to cultivation, she would never lose to anyone. Her opponents were never Wei Xian and the other 2. Outside the carriage, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The Great Quan dynasty was at the peak of its prosperity. Along the way, many children in the countryside would stop to watch. The couples in the village were not afraid, only curious. Chen Pingan rode the horse, looking at the people of the Great Quan dynasty. Back then, when he brought along the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to pass through the border during the snowstorm, he once met an elite border army scout from Li dynasty. The scout was well-trained and extremely capable. After reading his customs clearance document, he jokingly suggested that they go to Beacon Fire to seek shelter from the wind and snow. Chen Pingan did not have a good impression of Emperor Dali, King Song Jianqiang, and his neighbor Song Jisin. But because of that encounter, Chen Pingan did not have any prejudice against the Dali dynasty. That day, at dusk, the team stayed in a big inn near the city. The inn was very elegant and there was a small garden with green bamboos. That night, Yaozhen personally delivered a map to Chen Pingan. At that time, Chen Pingan was carefully examining the jade slip in his room. Pei Qian was yawning across the table with a demon suppression pagoda talisman pasted on her forehead. Her reason was that she had heard that it was easy for there to be female ghosts in the bamboo forest. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, and she always felt that there would be female ghosts floating around the bamboo forest. After Yaozhen knocked on the door, Pei Qian immediately ran to open the door. When the old general saw the talisman on her forehead. When the little girl asked the reason, she laughed and said that there was no need to be afraid. Even if there were ghosts in the bamboo forest, the soldiers of the Yao family were all full of yang energy. It was the ghosts that should be afraid of them. Pei Qian said, "Oh, take off the talisman." She put it on the table and went to sleep in her room. Yao Zhen gestured with his hand, indicating for Qin Pingan to sit down and talk. When the two of them sat down, Qin Pingan naturally had to thank them. The map was something that the imperial court had always prohibited from flowing into the public. It was even stricter than weapons like bows and crossbows. Yao Zhen smiled, "It's not a big deal." The local provincial governor agreed very readily. "As an official, you don't have to care too much about this kind of thing. Don't think that you owe me a big favor. Speaking of which, when Governor Liu first saw me, he was very uneasy. He had no choice. He has a relative who works in the Ministry of War. Didn't he fall into my hands? When he heard that I wanted a map, you don't know how his expression was then. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders." Qin Pingan smiled, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yao Zhen pointed at Qin Pingan, I just don't understand. After 2 battles, life and death are the most important thing. Benefactor is such a straightforward person. Why is it that when it comes to daily interactions, you're so unstraightforward and unheroic?" Qin Pingan was speechless. Yao Zhen said softly, "That grandson of mine, Yao Xianji, is shy and doesn't dare to open his mouth. He begged me to tell you that he wants you to give him some pointers in martial arts. What do you think?" Qin Pingan thought carefully, "If it's just a friendly exchange of pointers, I don't mind." Under Yao Jinji's order, the Yao family's cavalry silently took off their light crossbows, scaring the group of people who immediately fled off the official road. When the Yao family's troops were far away, they chattered endlessly, complaining that the Yao family's cavalry was embroidered pillows with an undeserved reputation and that they didn't even have the confidence to compare their spear skills. In the end, this group of people was arrested by the provincial capital's government on the same day, and they ate a solid meal in prison. Later, there was a young wild cultivator in his early 20s from the lower 5 realms who tried to become the Yao family's army consecrator. However, he didn't dare to be rash. He clearly explained his background and appropriately bragged about his immortal spells. Then, he squatted outside the post house where he stayed, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking inferior wine, waiting for his punishment. Yao Zhen asked someone to give him 100 taels of silver. The wild cultivator's face flushed red, but he still took the silver before leaving. As they got closer and closer to the Mirage City, the news that Yao Zhen was about to be appointed as the Minister of War spread like wildfire and spread throughout the imperial court. Another down-and-out military cultivator, who was in the prime of his life and had a tall and sturdy figure, blocked the way and said that as long as someone from the Yao family could beat him, he would immediately get lost. Then, Xiao Yuanran showed his skills and he got lost. What really aroused the curiosity of the Yao family's troops were the 2 strange incidents where the mountain god waded into the river and the water god went up the mountain. However, these 2 mountain gods were far inferior to the mountain god who buried the river. They were the most inferior local gods. The mountain god governed the territory within a radius of 100 miles, while the water god was in charge of a river of 200 miles. The 2 sides were adjacent to each other, and their relationship wasn't harmonious. However, in the past, there were only small fights and curses at the border of the mountains and rivers. Recently, because a big pilgrim changed his sect from the mountain god temple to the water god temple, it was related to who would get the 100,000 taels of silver every year. The little mountain god asked a local god under his command to secretly persuade the pilgrim to change his mind. Unexpectedly, the local god was beaten up by the river god. In a fit of anger, the mountain god directly crossed the border and waded into the river. He used 2 big axes to hit the river, causing monstrous waves to rise in the river for more than 10 miles. The common people were shocked. How could the water god lose face like this? He carried the river and went up the mountain to the mountain god temple. At that time, the Yao family's team was just near the river bank. The 2 consecrators and the Yao family's accompanying cultivators protected Yao Jin and the 3rd Yao as they went to watch the show. Chen Pingan followed them, and only Pei Qian and Zhu Lian followed beside him. Then, they saw the scene of river god beating up the mountain god temple. Both sides fought fiercely. The mountain god took advantage of the terrain and pushed river god back into the water. River god once again controlled the murky river water, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. They fought back and forth, and each used their supernatural powers. The beautiful mountain was flooded into a mess, and countless towering trees were broken and collapsed. Outside the battlefield, the local god and mountain elf spirits on the mountain, the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and water ghost servants on the river waved their flags and shouted. They all shouted themselves hoarse, and they looked more tired than fighting in the battlefield. They also competed with each other. Around the small mountain were residences bought by the nobles of the capital, and every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. The Xing Wang from before should be in this city, but Yao Zhen was not afraid of a prefecture's Xing Wang. The Minister of Rights, who controlled the promotion and demotion of a country's Xing Wang, had the same rank and salary as him. Furthermore, Great Quan respected martial arts, and the Minister of War was not an empty position. Otherwise, he would not have become the #1 position for all the generals to retire. He still stayed at the post house, which was the rule of the imperial court. The post house in the city took up a lot of space, and it was not inferior to the residences of nobles. In order to welcome Yao Jin, the trusted aides of the provincial governor and prefectural governor went to the post house several times, almost emptying the entire place. At this point, Yao Jin could only accept it and pretend that he did not know anything. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. This was especially true in the officialdom. Normally speaking, the imperial court could accommodate loyal officials, corrupt officials, and many fence-sitters. However, it could not accommodate someone who seemed to be a moral saint. It was like there was a demon-revealing mirror hanging high in the imperial court, revealing all the flaws of the pillars of the country. The old general was filled with emotions. These were the words that his granddaughter, Yao Jinji, had said when she was 14 or 15. Sometimes, Yao Jin would laugh at himself. Could it be that all the life experience he had accumulated over the years had been fed to the warhorses like horse grass? Luckily, there was still Chen Pingan in the group. During this trip to the north, Yao Jin liked to chat with this young man. Chen Pingan had followed their agreement and sparred with Yao Xianji, giving him some pointers. Yao Xianji treated Chen Pingan's words as a guide. When he went back to find his grandfather to talk, he was very sad and said that he had spent his entire life training in martial arts like a dog. Yao Jin then asked him if his so-called lifetime was a few decades. Yao Xianji was speechless, which amused Yao Jinji, who was brewing tea. Although Yao Jinji had never won against Liu Baixiang in chess, she could be considered a national expert in tea. In the harsh sandstorm at the border, how could the Yao family, whose men and women had been valiant for generations, raise such a beautiful girl? Yao Xianji suddenly said, "Sister Jinji, I don't like that Xiao Yuan Ran. I like Chen Pingan." Yao Jinji smiled and said, "Whether you like him or not, what does that have to do with me?" Yao Xianji wanted to say something, but Yao Jinji glared at him, scaring him into swallowing his words back into his stomach. Yao Jin's smile did not have the demeanor of a family head. Yao Jinji said casually, "Grandfather, if nothing unexpected happens, the imperial court will send a secret envoy to Riding Crane City soon." At that time, it won't be too late for grandfather to laugh. Yao Jin could not laugh anymore. He had been soaked in the red vat of officialdom for dozens of years. Each and every one of them had cultivated to become old fox spirits in the government. It was really a headache for him to play with their cunning minds. Chen Pingan was practicing the six-step stance in his room, holding the sword in the air, closing his eyes to visualize each sword cultivator's style. There was a bamboo tube on the table. The bamboo was ordinary green bamboo, which was casually chopped from a bamboo forest on a green mountain along the way. Chen Pingan wanted to carve a brush holder as a parting gift for old General Yao. Pei Qian ran over and said that she wanted to go out for a stroll. Chen Pingan told her to ask Liu Baixiang if he was willing to take her out. If not, then she had to stay in the room and study. Previously, Chen Pingan gave her a second Confucian classic, and Pei Qian memorized it thoroughly. There was one time when she came to Chen Pingan's room with a face full of joy, saying that she could really recite it backwards. Chen Pingan picked up the book and let her try. Unexpectedly, she really did recite more than 1,000 words without missing a word. Then, Chen Pingan pulled her ear and told her to go back to the room to reflect on her mistakes. He only said that she had to study hard, and she treated it as nothing. At that time, Pei Qian angrily returned to her room. She stood on the chair and looked down at the broken book on the table. She pinched her chin and frowned. Study hard. What was the meaning of this? She did not study hard enough. In order to memorize a book backwards, she spent an incense stick's worth of time. She squatted down and looked at the name of the sage who wrote this bullshit book. She remembered it. When she mastered the sword and fish techniques, she would definitely beat this old bastard until he cried for his father and mother. She stood up again and blindly pondered for a long time, but she still couldn't think of an answer. She jumped down from the chair and picked up the mountain staff that she had relied on for a long time and practiced a crazy staff technique. After she finished practicing, she threw away the mountain staff. She suddenly felt that she was closer to being the #1 expert in the world. Only then did her mood improve. She threw herself on the bed and fell asleep. Today, after she received Chen Pingan's promise, she eagerly went to find Liu Baixiang, who she secretly gave the nickname Xiao Bai. However, Liu Baixiang was playing chess with Sui Yuyu and said that he would wait for him for an hour. Pei Qian turned her head and looked at Wei Xian, who was sitting at the side. He didn't understand chess and was just waiting for the winner to be decided. She was about to speak when Wei Xian suddenly said, "Let's go," and stood up. Pei Qian suddenly understood. The two of them left the hotel together to go shopping. Pei Qian smiled and asked, "Old Wei, do you have money on you?" Among the four of them, Pei Qian was the least afraid of Wei Xian. He called him Old Wei, and Wei Xian also never showed a bad face. In fact, he didn't care at all. Wei Xian was silent. Pei Qian grumbled, "Then what's the point of going to the streets? We can't even afford to buy anything beautiful or delicious." Wei Xian suddenly said, "I have some money." Pei Qian frowned, "Where did you get it? Did you steal it? Give me half and I won't tell Chen Pingan." Wei Xian said, "I taught the inn's little cripple a set of fish techniques and earned some money. Recently, I taught Yao Xian the fish stance and earned more than 10 taels." Pei Qian's face was full of envy. "Old Wei, you can earn big money wherever you go. I admire you for this." Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and walked with his chest puffed out. Soon, he clicked his tongue and said, "But Old Wei, you still cheated little cripple of his money. That's not kind of you. You might as well cheat Junyang. She really has money in her pocket. What a pity, Old Wei, you don't look likable. You're not as young and handsome as my father. Old Wei, you were born with such an ugly appearance." Do you blame your parents? A dignified emperor said this to a young girl. How could Wei Xian be indifferent? The short man said with a straight face, back then, when the court painters painted my portrait, they all praised me for my heroic appearance. I think they were telling the truth. Pei Qian was shocked. Old Wei, are you blind or do they have eyes on their butts? Wei Xian continued to meditate in silence. There was no night ban in Crane Rider City. There were countless rich people in the city who were willing to spend a lot of money. After leaving the post house and turning into a street, the two of them walked in the bustling crowd. Pei Qian didn't have a single coin in his pocket, but his aura was like that of a rich man. This wasn't strange. She was able to fool a large group of people her age in a strange place like Hoop or town. They all thought she was a princess living among the common people. In the end, she was able to deceive a group of shrewd and slippery constables who respectfully escorted her back to the inn. Pei Qian suddenly asked, Old Wei, I always feel that the girl who doesn't dare to meet people every day looks at my father strangely. Wei Xian said indifferently, the emperor is scheming. Pei Qian was confused, what are you talking about? Wei Xian didn't say anything. Pei Qian didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Old Wei, can you buy me a candy man? Wei Xian shook his head. Pei Qian said angrily, Old Wei, why are you so stingy? Wei Xian smiled for the first time, I don't have Chen Pingan's ability and patience. I can't raise you well. Pei Qian was confused and said pitifully, then I'll borrow money from you to buy a candy man. Wei Xian nodded, according to the 30% interest. Pei Qian frowned, although I know the 30% interest rule, I think it's better to forget about it. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. You won't starve to death. Even though she said that, she ran to the front of a candy-blowing man's stall and rooted herself to the ground, refusing to move no matter what. Wei Xian couldn't just leave Pei Qian here alone. If he lost Pei Qian, someone like Chen Pingan would definitely beat him up. At the stall, the old man was skillfully blowing candy while the young children were drooling with their eyes wide open. Those who had an elder beside them were able to get their hands on a candy man of different shapes. Underneath the rectangular cabinet was a round wooden cage, with a small charcoal stove inside. The old man was using a large ladle to pour the sticky golden sugar paste, which he spun around, and in a blink of an eye, all kinds of colored sugar figurines were produced. Only rich families and scholarly families would pay attention to 20 years of age. After Chen Pingan started practicing his fish stance, his height kept growing. Unknowingly, he already had the appearance of a proper young man. Behind him was the dark and skinny Pei Qian. As long as she was with Chen Pingan, she was not so afraid of Zhu Lian. The group went to the small mountain in the center of the city. When they passed by the martial temple in the state capital, they saw a strange person. Something strange happened. It was a tall and strong young man with blood stains on his body. He barged into the martial temple, and was quickly thrown out of the gate by the martial temple's attendant. The civil and martial temples in the state capital were not places where random people could cause trouble. After the young man was thrown out of the gate, he kowtowed towards the martial temple, banging his head loudly, begging the martial temple. The attendant was a tall and skinny old man. He stood at the top of the stairs and spoke sternly to the young man, How can the blade of the martial temple saint be tainted by ordinary people? Seeing that you are young and ignorant, I will not pursue the matter of you barging into the martial temple. Quickly leave, don't be delusional. So it was a young man who barged into the martial temple, wanting to borrow the blade of the saint. The young man kowtowed until his forehead was red and swollen, and there were already traces of blood. He raised his head, and his face was filled with tears of despair. He said with a hoarse voice, "For the sake of the people of this county, Master wholeheartedly killed demons and evils. Now, he is trapped in the fog of the forest, and his life is at stake. After Master sent me out of the fog, he said that only by borrowing the long blade from the martial temple's master can I have a chance to kill the ferocious big demon that has been wreaking havoc. Master Priest Zhu, I beg you, this is a virtuous deed, the martial saint won't be angry. The dignified old man sneered, whether the martial saint will be angry or not, is it up to you? According to the laws of the Great Spring, do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for using the weapon of a martial temple saint without permission? Local officials will be removed from their posts on the spot. The prefect will be demoted by 1 rank, and the provincial governor will be fined 3 years of salary. The young man was heartbroken, and he muttered, there is a demon that harms people in this place. It's fine if the officials don't care, but now even the martial saint isn't willing to care. The old man seemed to be speaking sternly, and his eyes were cold, but he was actually sighing in his heart. Young man, how can things in this world be so simple? Zhu Lian raised his eyelids, and glanced at Chen Pingan who was standing in front of him. Chen Pingan was about to lift his foot, but Xiao Yuan Ran had already walked out in large strides. In history, there were only a few times when the big demons escaped. Without exception, it was the white ape who took care of them all by himself. He handled everything neatly. Even many earthly immortals in Taiping Mountain had never heard of him. During the chaos, the old ape, a sword cultivator in the Jade Primitive Realm, was in closed-door training, trying to break the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Unexpectedly, the old ape came out after only 3 to 5 years of closed-door training. Could it be that he knew what was going on outside and had to show up in advance? The autumn wind was chilly, and the forest was silent. Even if the old ape just stood there, he was like a lofty mountain. Zhong Kuei was still wearing the green robe he wore at the inn by the Great Spring. He asked, "It's you, right?" The white ape with a sword on its back did not speak. He only answered with the rainbow-like sword energy rising from his back. 7. $3.50. The readers who repeatedly subscribed to the 349 chapters yesterday have been refunded with double the amount in the form of vouchers. I still have to apologize to everyone. The updates in the middle and early part of the month were a mess. However, I still worked hard and managed to update nearly 140,000 words in the end. I have to praise myself. In life, there would always be a few storms. It was as if the heavens were reminding people that they were living under someone else's roof and had to lower their heads obediently. For example, Chen Pingan met Kai Qinqian in front of his house in Mud Bottle Alley. He met the original owner of the Robe Golden Wine in Flood Dragon Gully. He accidentally entered the depths of the lotus flowers and was surrounded by a group of grandmasters. It depended on whether he could endure it or not. If he could, it would be fine after the rain. If he couldn't, he could only be like a martial artist, shouting that he would still be a man after 18 years. The master led the way, but the cultivation depended on the person. That was the case for Zhong Kuei today. Before today, Zhong Kuei's cultivation was too good, too fast, and too amazing. He left everyone in the dust on the Great Tao, making all the Confucian scholars in the Tongyi continent unable to catch up to him. But today, the white ape appeared. A mortal enemy. Compared to Mr. Zhong Kuei, the mountain master of the Dafu Academy had to intercept the great demon hiding near the Fusho sect. This went against the mountain master's original intention. Zhong Kuei's current situation could be said to be a place of certain death. The white ape's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the young scholar who was seen as having a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath. Even if he had not broken through the bottleneck of the immortal realm, even if he was not a demon that was known for its innately strong physique, The white ape in front of him with an ancient sword on his back was also a true unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. If Chi refinement warriors were the most rebellious thieves in the world, daring to challenge the cycle of life and death of the heavenly Tao, then sword cultivators were undoubtedly the most unreasonable existence among Chi refinement warriors. A gentleman would not give up his jade without a reason. The first strike of the white ape's unsheathed sword turned the protective jade pendant that the Dafu Academy had given to each gentleman into dust. Between the gentleman and the great demon, after the jade pendant containing the true meaning of the Confucian sage's essay was shattered, hundreds of golden characters slowly disappeared into the mortal world like a golden rain. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Kuei retreated to the edge of a well several hundred feet away. His sleeves fluttered in the autumn wind. His two small sleeves were filled with the vigorous aura of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. The prison well on Taiping Mountain was a building that looked like a huge well. There was a staircase that led downwards in the wall of the well. The staircase spiraled downwards, giving off a gloomy and cold aura, like a bottomless pit that led straight to the underworld. As long as the cultivators of the lower 5 realms approached the well prison, they would be disturbed by the evil chi accumulated in the well prison for countless years and their bodies would be eroded. The Taoist apprentices of Taiping Mountain had a special training session, which was to sit and breathe near the well prison to strengthen their bodies. It was extremely painful. The reason why the female Taoist Wang Ting was regarded as a talented Taoist jade was that she approached the well prison with her senior brothers and sisters for the first time. Every few years, there would be a major examination. Zhong Kuei was drunk and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He actually missed the examination. The older teachers of the Fu Academy either did not like Zhong Kuei's carefree behavior, were angry at his squandering of his talent, or had the original intention of being given a great responsibility and suffering. All the sages and gentlemen jointly wrote a letter asking the Hill Master to strip Zhong Kuei of his status as a sage. In the end, it was snowing heavily in winter. Zhong Kuei walked barefoot in the snow and loudly read a moral article written by a saint. He also looked up at the sky and asked the saint about the doubts in the article. In the end, Zhong Kuei asked and answered his own questions with a self-satisfied expression. When Zhong Kuei stopped, a gust of autumn wind in the cold winter carried the word, kindness, praised by the saint himself and resounded throughout the Fu Academy. The autumn wind entered his sleeves. That day, Zhong Kuei became a gentleman. No one dared to question him. It was said that when the saints created words, ghosts cried and gods wept. Words indeed had their own power. At least, it was especially so for the disciples of the Fu Academy. The most powerful manifestation was the natal characters of the sages in the cultured and orthodox Confucian temples. These great sages had been standing high above the altar for countless years and were worshipped by the people. Their literary veins were endless, and their incense was eternal. However, even the saints in the orthodox Confucian temples were only left with 4, not to mention the Holy Master in the middle and the 5 accompanying him. The rest of the saints only had one natal word. There was only one exception in the world. Qi Jing Chun of the Cliff Academy. Chun and Jing were the natal words of this person. Moreover, these 2 words were extremely big. Then, there were the masters of the Confucian academies and the gentlemen of the Confucian academies. Their mouths contained the heavenly law and were full of righteousness, which resonated with the heavens and earth. Then, there were the sages who recited poems and attracted strong winds. They could make people shrivel up to their bones and disperse the souls of ghosts and other worldly items. Only the white ape with a scabbard on its back stood in front of the well. It didn't say anything and only extended 3 fingers. It probably meant to say that it only needed 3 moves to kill Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue. The jade pendant that symbolized the status of a gentleman had already transmitted the situation back to the academy. It was as if a snow-white waterfall had appeared all around Zhong Kuei. The white waterfall was made up of dazzling characters that were as small as the size of a fly. It was as if huge pages of ancient books were erected beside the well prison on Mount Taiping. The evil spirit emitted from the well prison was forcefully suppressed. The demons and ghosts suppressed in the well became ferocious and roared. Countless iron chains vibrated violently under the well prison, like thunder exploding. The white ape looked around. Mount Taiping actually had two mountain guarding arrays, one inside and one outside, the other bright and dark. The previous one was the mountain guarding array that everyone in the Tongya continent knew about. Once it was activated, a mirror would rise to the sky like a bright moon. The light would shine on Mount Taiping, making it impossible for demons and ghosts to hide. Being in the light, not only would one's cultivation be suppressed, but the demons and ghosts would also be suppressed. Those with shallow cultivation, such as those below the earth immortal realm, would be killed instantly. However, what the white ape was really afraid of was not the array that had been tampered with, but the real trump card of Mount Taiping. The bright moon mirror was enough to intimidate half of the continent. Outsiders couldn't figure out its real use. Its existence was just to help Mount Taiping find its opponents. That was all. In the Tongya continent, who was the third largest sect after Tongya sect and Yugui sect? For thousands of years, the cultivators of Tongya continent said that the sect master's Taoist companions were from the upper five realms. However, no matter how much outsiders flattered and praised them, the sect master never admitted that they were the third in Tongya continent. Regarding this debate, the sect master of Fuji's sect only talked about it once. He laughed and said that if the sect master moved to the small place in the north, the Aquarius continent, it wouldn't be difficult to fight for the first place. The white rainbow that wandered outside Mount Taiping once again broke through a layer of invisible qi of mountains and rivers. It surged and fell from the sky, falling directly on Zhong Kuei's head. The waterfall-like pages slanted and flowed backward, forming a semicircular snow-white array around and above Zhong Kuei's head. The tip of the long sword collided with the waterfall, bursting out countless electric sparks. The falling speed of the long sword was slowed down a little, but the qi of heaven and earth in the waterfall was rapidly dissipating. Even though the sparks were only sparks, they had already destroyed the towering ancient trees, pavilions, and residences of immortals near the well prison of Taiping Mountain. Countless birds and beasts were running away, shrieking and shrieking. Zhong Kuei ignored the ancient sword that would break the waterfall sooner or later. Instead, he stared at the unmoving big demon. The white ape looked calm and there was a hint of playfulness at the corner of its mouth. It was obviously waiting to see what the academy gentleman, who was a must-kill, had up his sleeve. The sword above Zhong Kuei's head was only its second sword. It was not easy for demons to cultivate. It was even more difficult to become a sword cultivator. Therefore, all the sword cultivator big demons in the upper five realms were, without exception, worthy of the title of Lord in the wilderness. The sword cultivator demons in the middle five realms had all kinds of special treatment in the wilderness. They were almost equal to the disciples of the academy in the vast world. Even if it was a legitimate revenge or an attack, the sword cultivator in the middle five realms could be exempted from death once. Those who did not abide by the rules and wantonly killed sword cultivators would be severely punished once they were discovered, no matter how high their status was. There were dead bodies hidden in my walls. The qi cultivators in the vast world might not be aware of the horror of a sword cultivator big demon. After all, although there were many demons, real big demons were rare. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a sword cultivator big demon was difficult to deal with. Countless human sword cultivators had sacrificed their lives to experience their terrifying killing power and bloody means. The reason why Alliance was so powerful and had so many admirers and supporters at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that Alliance had been practicing his swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 100 years. He was invincible against sword cultivator big demons in the upper 5 realms. Not only had he never been defeated, but he had also chased his opponents for tens of thousands of miles and even killed them on the spot. Therefore, when Alliance ascended and left the vast world to fight with the second brother of Tao in the strange place where the otherworldly demons ran rampant, the Qi cultivators in the vast world felt that Alliance would be defeated honorably. On the other hand, most of the demons in the wilderness believed that the swordsman Alliance, who would not be satisfied even if he died 10,000 times, would defeat the real invincible. The demons respected and worshipped the strongest. Even if they hated Alliance, who called himself the swordsman, to the core, a peak big demon suggested that after Alliance died in battle, he could be buried in the wilderness with a sword as a tombstone. The entire wilderness, a barbarian land that was regarded as silent by the vast world, actually took this suggestion as a matter of course. The hundreds of Taoist priests who stayed on Mount Peace did not stand aside. Almost all of them were the lowest-ranking Taoist priests in the mountain sect. Many of them were young Taoist children with pale faces but determined eyes. However, Zhong Kuei said sternly, "Retreat. Don't throw your lives away." Although an old golden core cultivator among the Taoist priests had recognized the old ape's identity, he still blocked Zhong Kuei's and the others' reasoning with a single sentence. "We, the Taoist priests of Mount Peace, slay demons. There's no reason for us to die in front of others." The white ape did not even look at the golden core cultivator. He casually punched and the fist aura shattered the body of a golden core earth immortal in the eyes of the secular world. Repaying kindness with kindness, one would die without regrets. The Taoist priests of Mount Peace were like that. Zhong Kuei was even more so. With a wave of his sleeves, 2 gusts of autumn wind swept up the Taoist priests of Mount Peace and tossed them into the distance. The white ape ignored them and allowed Zhong Kuei to toss the Taoist priests out of the battlefield. 1 Zhong Kuei was equivalent to an entire Mount Peace. The white ape's heart stirred. The unsheathed ancient sword accelerated its descent. Zhong Kuei quietly pinched a green talisman between his fingers. The sage's manuscript was engraved with a small snow cone with the words, "With Spirit." It was Zhong Kuei's original sword-suppressing talisman. The moment the long sword broke through the waterfall, the green sword-suppressing talisman appeared above Zhong Kuei's head. Like a banished immortal falling into a blessed land, the ancient sword disappeared completely. Even the white ape, who had refined it for 1,000 years, could not sense it. The 2 protective arrays of Taiping Mountain were like bright mirrors rising to the sky. They were used to illuminate demons and search for devils. Even a cultivator in the pure jade realm could be trapped for a moment, and the real killing move would follow. They were the 4 imitations of the ancient fairy swords that the founder of Taiping Mountain, who was in the divinity realm, had made with all his manpower, material, and financial resources. Although they were imitations, each of them was a half-immortal weapon. After the 4 swords were combined into a formation, they were even more powerful and could be compared with a real immortal weapon of slaughter. However, the sword on the white ape's back happened to be one of the 4 swords. As the guardian consecrator of Mount Peace, he had not only hunted down the demon magnates who had escaped from the well prison for 3,000 years, but he had also snuck down the mountain countless times to kill the enemy, earning countless merits. In the end, 1,000 years ago, the Lord of Mount Peace stood his ground and bestowed one of the ancient swords to the white ape, who had already made outstanding contributions. Although the white ape could not completely control the 4 swords formation, it was too easy for him to take advantage of the loopholes. If an ordinary earth immortal was forced to hold the formation in an emergency, the white ape was confident that the 4 swords would betray him. The ancient sword that was both a sword and a natal item was gone. The white ape narrowed his eyes slightly and twitched the corner of his mouth. His movement was subtle, but it was full of a bloody aura. Zhong Kuei put one hand behind his back and held the small snow cone in the other. He stood in front of a desk and began to write the first word. Saint. The second word, human. The third word, have. The fourth word, cloud. He wrote very quickly. Every word under the small snow cone hovered in front of Zhong Kuei, with great momentum. On Mount Peace, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. The white ape gently shook his head. It flashed away. The white ape held the knife with both hands and swept across most of the well mouth of the well prison, heading straight for Zhong Kuei. He swept away. He did not give any hope to the young gentleman from the academy. It was not that the white ape could not deal with Zhong Kuei after he finished writing. After all, when he came out of isolation, he was already a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. It had deliberately suppressed its realm for 500 years. Unless Zhong Kuei in the nascent soul realm was the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor or Buddhist ancestor, how could Zhong Kuei survive with the unpolished jade realm and the chasm between the middle and upper 5 realms? If Zhong Kuei could control 2 protective formations of Mount Peace at the same time, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, unless the sect master or the ancestral master personally came to take care of these 2 formations, the white ape would treat them as nothing. However, it would be very troublesome if he stayed in Mount Peace for a while longer. Really big trouble. When the white ape gently landed where Zhong Kuei was standing, Zhong Kuei was cut in half at the waist 100 feet away. The 2 halves of his body were dripping with blood. The 4 golden words and the small snow cone had been destroyed. A dignified and righteous golden elixir was long gone. An extremely high-ranking nascent soul had also dissipated. This was the result of a 12th realm sword cultivator going all out. The white ape reached out and pulled out a cracked green talisman from the void. He rubbed his fingers and grabbed the ancient sword that had broken free from its cage and put it back into the scabbard on his back. The white ape glanced at the green-robed scholar who could not be saved even by immortals and finally spoke with a hoarse voice. This was the first time he spoke. He said slowly, "It can be considered a generous sacrifice." He looked up into the distance and stomped his foot. The entire Mount Peace shook as he leaped to the peak of Mount Peace. With a turn, he flew towards the south. After the tremor of the mountain, the bottom of the well prison seemed to have lost its restraints. The murderous aura that filled the entire well suddenly rose. The demons that had been suppressed in the well prison for countless years laughed out loud after experiencing a brief moment of shock and confusion. The evil spirits, who wanted to slaughter the entire Peace Mountain, were about to rush out of the well prison. However, their imposing aura suddenly stagnated, and they started to hesitate. It turned out. A speck of light appeared in the north of Mount Peace. Then there was the sound of rolling thunder. The sea of clouds was smashed into pieces. The mountain shook again. A tall and white-haired old man in a Taoist robe landed beside Zhong Kuei's body. His face was full of grief and guilt. A golden body Dharma form rose from the ground, almost as tall as the Taiping Mountain. It raised one arm high, and a full moon jade plate rose from the top of the mountain. It was held in the hand of an old Taoist who was as tall as a mountain, and shone it toward the south. At the same time, he shook his sleeve and 3 sword lights rose from the east, south, and west of Mount Peace. They eventually stopped beside the golden figure. This Taoist was the ancestor uncle of the current master of Mount Peace. Back then, his senior brother insisted on giving one of the fairy swords to the white ape. He was the one who opposed it the most. Because of this, the 2 of them were strangers. What's more, there was an outsider who was of the same seniority as their senior brother who openly mocked him for being jealous of a beast's good fortune. The immortal realm ancestral master of Peace Mountain held the moonlight mirror, which seemed to be as bright as the moon in the sky. After looking around for a while, he finally caught sight of the fleeing white ape that was thousands of miles away. The voice of a golden body technique crosstalk exploded like thunder. "You ungrateful old bastard. I'm going to tear you into pieces." The words were the law. The three fairy swords of Mount Peace, three rays of light that illuminated thousands of miles as bright as day, pierced through the sky and chased after the white ape that was desperately trying to escape to the south. The white ape with the sword on its back was really decisive. It reached out and took out one of the four swords on its back and drove it towards one of the green rays of light. It only hoped that the three swords of Mount Peace would pause for a moment. The ancestor of Mount Peace was even more ruthless. He actually let the two ancestral swords burn together and exploded into a mass of shocking light in the sky. The old Taoist still did not hesitate to control the other two swords. One of the swords directly pierced through the white ape that could not avoid it no matter how it changed its route. However, the white ape did not let the sword pierce through its head. Instead, it pierced through its back. This forced the white ape to reveal its 1,000-feet-tall Dharma form. Its feet stomped heavily on the mountains and rivers while its hands held the second ancient sword tightly. The giant ape's hands were badly mutilated. Its huge body kept slipping backward. In the end, it could not hold on to the ancient sword anymore. It broke free from its restraint and pierced through its heart. She was angrier than anyone else in the entire Mount Peace. The white ape with the sword on its back was one of her lucky chances on the path of cultivation. It taught her the sword-carrying technique that was not recorded in the sect. It was engraved in her heart and she even brought it to the lotus flower-blessed land. Therefore, there was a saying in the Jianghu, "There are two fan one, or whether you carry the sword or not." The old ape had brought her to the depths of the well prison time and time again to sharpen her sword heart and help her cultivate. She wanted to kill it with her own hands and ask it if it regretted betraying Mount Peace. As for why it chose to betray Mount Peace, Huang Ting would not ask. She was not willing to ask. When Zhong Kuei's real body died, a huge black vortex appeared on the peak of Mount Peace. A huge figure with an emperor's crown on its head was vaguely looking down at Mount Peace coldly. Zhong Kuei's soul looked up and smiled bitterly. The old Taoist originally wanted to withdraw his golden avatar. Without saying anything, the avatar bent its knees slightly and jumped up high. Its hands directly shattered the vortex. However, the old Taoist's golden avatar also collapsed and shattered. The price was unimaginably huge. Zhong Kuei was just about to speak. The old Taoist waved his hand and smiled. When it comes to cultivation, realms and whatnot are nothing. In the end, it's about making yourself feel good. After saying that, the old Taoist looked a little lonely. This Mr. Zhong, not to mention the great future of being a sage-to-be or the Grand Chancellor, just with his temperament, a person with such a gentleman's demeanor should not die so prematurely. Huang Ting turned her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. She said to the old Taoist, "Grandmaster, I want to go down the mountain." The old Taoist nodded. "Before the white ape dies, you, Huang Ting, are not allowed to return to the mountain. You can either bring its head back or just die outside. You can borrow the two mountain-suppressing ancient swords for 60 years. After that, you can hunt down the white ape with your own ability." Huang Ting said in a deep voice, "Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain accepts the Grandmaster's decree." The young woman turned into a flowing rainbow and headed south. The Grandmaster of Taiping Mountain was not a person who could speak eloquently. Moreover, he felt guilty and kept silent. Zhong Kuei also felt guilty deep in his heart. The old Taoist suddenly looked surprised. There were two gusts of wind near the well prison. They slowly drifted towards Zhong Kuei's soul and lingered around. Not only that, there was a small brush. It was crystal clear and was not a material object. It floated in front of Zhong Kuei. There was also a bright red robe that looked like an ancient official's robe. It floated down from the place where the vortex dissipated. Zhong Kuei looked at the small snow cone. He hesitated for a moment and gently held it in his hand. The bright red official's robe was draped over Zhong Kuei's body. 2 gusts of autumn wind rushed into the sleeves of the official's robe. At the same time, under the well prison, the demons and ghosts that were as obedient as chickens and dogs in the market not only obediently retreated to the prison, but also suddenly, they involuntarily retreated until there was no place to retreat. Zhong Kuei thought of the prophecy. It was no longer the green-robed scholar, but the soul of Zhong Kuei in a red robe. He murmured, "Before Zhong Kuei goes down the mountain, all ghosts in the world are fearless." He turned his head and looked at the well prison. He blurted out, "Just kowtow." Countless kowtows were heard in the well prison. The old Taoist smiled while stroking his beard. It seemed that falling from the immortal realm back to the unpolished jade realm was not in vain. Zhong Kuei seemed to have understood something and was speechless for a long time. He said slowly, "But I'll keep my promise to others. It's the same for Mr. Qi and you." Zhong Kuei was confused. "Ha!" Chen Pinggan's eyes were red. He said slowly, "If I say I'll lend it to you, I'll lend it to you. A year is a loan. 100 years or 1,000 years is still a loan." Zhong Kuei was silent. Chen Pinggan finally asked, "If 1,000 years is not enough, how about 10,000 years?" Zhong Kuei nodded slightly. He stood up. Chen Pinggan followed. Zhong Kuei smiled brightly again. "Tongyi Continent, Ghost, Zhong Kuei. I have a friend. His name is Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan stared at him. He then smiled and said, "Aquarius Continent, Swordsman, Chen Pinggan. I know an upright gentleman. His name is Zhong Kuei." In the distance, the ancestor of Peace Mountain stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "100 years or 1,000 years later, we meet again tonight. Is this a good story?" https://2The center of the formation is the bright moon mirror, which can illuminate all demons and evil in the world, making it impossible for them to hide. The distance depends on the cultivation of the person holding the mirror. Once the mirror shines on you, you can temporarily drop your realm. After that, it will be the 4 sword formation's turn. 4 ancient swords, imitations of the 4 great immortal swords from ancient times, are half-immortal weapons. After forming the sword formation, it is equivalent to an immortal weapon. It can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. If that old beast had not refined one of them, I would have killed it long ago. It would be fine even if it ran for thousands of miles. Now it has escaped death, but the realm of immortals is still around. The old beast has just entered the 12th realm and his realm is not stable. Moreover, he is suppressed by the rules of this world. Now that his natal item has been destroyed and his true body has been pierced with several holes, injuring his primordial spirit, it is not worth mentioning. When the old Taoist mentioned the old ape with the sword on his back, he was full of murderous intent. His majestic spiritual energy seemed to materialize, forming a white mist that lingered in the surroundings like thin streams of water. The old Taoist calmed his mind and the strange phenomenon disappeared. This was actually one of the side effects of the drop in realm. The trouble is that the old beast suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared along the broken ancient dragon vein. It was most likely a premeditated escape route. The old Taoist pointed to the top of his head. Earlier, I fought with that old bastard, and then I beat back a big boss from the underworld. Of course, a certain scholarly sage who was in charge of overseeing the canopy above the bronze leaf continent naturally saw it and landed on our peaceful mountain. When he learned of Zhong Kuei's death, he flew into a rage and personally went after that white ape. Who would have thought that the old bastard would still hide him? Now, let's see if Huang Ting, who has some karma with it, can find some clues. As long as we find it, even if Huang Ting dies in battle, one of the 72 sages in the Confucian temple will be able to kill it with a single strike. Chen Pingan wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The old Taoist smiled and said, "This is the worst-case scenario. Huang Ting has always been lucky, and her temperament has been sharpened at the lotus flower-blessed land. With the protection of the two ancient swords, she might have a chance to break through to the next realm by chasing after the white ape." Chen Pingan nodded. The old Taoist wore a mocking smile. "After I dragged her out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I thought she would complain to me for a long time, but she didn't complain at all. The other two sect masters might have the same treatment, but with the relationship between the grand sect master of your Taoist school and the Confucian school, who would stop him if he wanted to come to the Howren world? After getting the answer, the old Heavenly Lord was even more depressed. After thinking about it, he could only think that his realm was high enough, but his grand path was still small, so the grand sect master was purposely beating him up. Before the battle at Peaceful Mountain, the old Heavenly Lord had thought that if he ascended to the Ascendant Realm, he would be able to meet the Grand Sect Master. But now, it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no more regret. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist was about to leave, Chen Pingan said, "Thank you, old Taoist master." The old Taoist asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhong Kuei's fallen realm?" The old Heavenly Lord shook his head. "There's no need. Peaceful Mountain owes him." Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old Taoist master and Peaceful Mountain. You want me to know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart that treats the human world kindly." The old Taoist was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be almost the same as Zhong Kuei. You're very good at flattering people." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Those are my sincere words." The old Taoist looked at the young man with a smile. "Sincere flattery. That's what makes people feel good." The old Taoist left in the wind. His little head was leaning against the window, staring at the courtyard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the courier hostel noticed the appearance of Zhong Kuei and the old Heavenly Lord. Only Pei Qian, perhaps by accident, was looking at Chen Pingan in the courtyard in the middle of the night. Chen Pingan looked back at Pei Qian. "Go to sleep." It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as Chen Pingan gave the order, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the window sill nimbly, jumped down, and landed steadily. Chen Pingan asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I'll talk to you for a while." Chen Pingan waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice the fish stance, so he could stay if he wanted. Pei Qian felt sleepy after watching for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He said something to Chen Pingan, then took a deep breath and sprinted toward the window sill. He jumped high, probably trying to press his hands on the window sill and then use his legs to push himself up. He thought that he would look cool if he jumped up. In the end, his chin hit the window sill. He fell backward. Chen Pingan turned his head, unable to look straight at him. Pei Qian sat on the ground and covered his mouth with his hand. He turned his head away, his eyes hazy with tears. Chen Pingan walked over, squatted down, and gently took her hand away. He looked at it and asked with a smile, "Are you still trying to act heroic?" Tears fell from the little girl's tanned face. Chen Pingan had to stop smiling and helped her stand up. "There's a little girl about the same age as you. She's also impatient, but she can endure pain better than you. If it were her, she would definitely smile at me and maybe even comfort me not to worry." Chen Pingan added, "But everyone has their own temperament. You don't have to learn from her." The two sat at the stone table. Pei Qian only dared to open his mouth slightly and asked vaguely, "What's her name?" Chen Pingan said, "Her name is Li Baoping. She likes to wear red cotton-padded jackets and calls me little martial uncle." Pei Qian asked again in a low voice, "You like her a lot?" Chen Pingan nodded. Who in the world doesn't like Li Baoping's little martial uncle? She was right. Pei Qian was silent. Chen Pingan asked, "How was it when you saw me practicing my stance?" Pei Qian's face was blank. It wasn't an act. He didn't know why he was asking this. Chen Pingan was also puzzled. "You didn't think of secretly learning?" Pei Qian retorted, "Why would I imitate you and walk around?" She stood up, in high spirits, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She pretended to draw her sword and poked around with her 2 fingers. She jumped a few times and even did a set of martial arts. After showing off for a while, she said, "Of course I want to learn the most powerful moves." Chen Pingan didn't think it was funny at all. Instead, his expression was serious. On the main street of Lotus Flower Paradise, Lu Fang was riding on his sword. Chen Pingan's school dragon. And the drum-beating god form that forced Zhong Qiu to retreat. It was mixed with some scattered moves of the devil Ding Ying. It wasn't exactly similar. But someone once said, if you practice the fist but don't practice the true meaning, you will be laughed at by ghosts and gods. But if you practice the fist and put aside all the moves in one step and practice the true meaning. In Chen Pingan's impression, there was only one person who could do it. Sure enough. Chen Pingan asked a question, "What did you see when you stared at Taoist Master Xiao during the day?" Pei Qian didn't dare to answer. Chen Pingan said, "As long as you don't lie, it doesn't matter what you say." Pei Qian looked around and said softly, "I think that Xiao doesn't have good intentions. He's not a good person." Chen Pingan asked a second question, "Did you see the old Taoist master tonight?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Chen Pingan felt helpless. That was the Grand Master of Mount Peace who used the abbot's heaven and earth. Chen Pingan asked again, "If you become successful in martial arts in the future, and you think someone bullied you, what would you do? Tell me the truth." Pei Qian hesitated, "Beat him half to death with one punch." Seeing that Chen Pingan was about to get angry, Pei Qian decided to give up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, "Beat him to death with one punch." Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "What if you're wrong?" Pei Qian said confidently, "I'm by your side every day. How could I make a mistake?" Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a straight face, "But you'll go out and travel by yourself one day." Pei Qian said resolutely, "I won't. Why should I go out alone? There are so many bad guys out there. What if I can't beat them? Also, if I don't bring enough money and starve every day, you'll beat me and scold me if you find out I'm going to steal or rob. What can I do? Right? So I'd better not go out." Chen Pingan asked, "What if one day you become so good at martial arts that you're even better than me?" Pei Qian frowned and thought about it carefully. She shook her head desperately, "I'm lazy. I like to sleep and I'm afraid of pain. It's not like you don't know. There are blisters on the soles of my feet when I walk. When they burst, I cried until my throat was hoarse. When you fight with someone at the inn, you won't cry even if your bones are visible. I can't. When I look down at my arms, I might faint from fright. Sigh, if there's a peerless martial art that can be learned in one night without suffering, then it'll be great. Chen Pingon held back his laughter. You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid. Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Chen Pingon asked, why aren't you saying anything? Pei Qian felt wronged, my chin hurts. Chen Pingon smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean the back of her head against the stone table. Chen Pingon said softly, after the new year, you'll be 11, so you have to read more books and learn more principles. There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing a million punches. But it was good. It was rare for Chen Pingon to talk to Pei Qian. When I was in my hometown, I was a little older than you, and I never read books. Mr. Qi told me that principles are in books, but life is outside of them. Chen Pingon finally murmured, I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young. Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Chen Pingon said that she would be 11 next year. In this world, only Chen Pingon would remember these things. She was 10 this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist of Peace Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust wood. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw a familiar person standing not far away. It was the Hill Master of the Dafu Academy, his teacher. The Hill Master of the Academy just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei asked in a low voice, Teacher. The Hill Master seemed to not dare to believe the bad news. Even now, he couldn't believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't have gone to the roaming green mansion back then, and he shouldn't have let this disciple whom he liked the most go to the peaceful mountain. He should have stayed in the inn in the border town and kept an eye on the nine-tailed fox that had hidden itself. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore, her real name had long been exposed. As long as Zhong Kuei knew the real names of all the ancient big demons in the world, he would have the power to protect himself. No one thought that the sword-bearing white ape of Peace Mountain was the culprit of the escape of the demons in Well Prison. Zhong Kuei couldn't stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, Teacher, it's my duty. Scholars either use their knowledge to educate the common people and support the country, or they use their righteousness to get rid of evil and defend the Tao. The Hill Master was furious. Do I need you to talk to me about these principles? Zhong Kuei kept quiet out of fear. The old Heavenly Lord sighed. If the Academy asks, we, Peace Mountain, will not shirk. The Hill Master didn't treat the old Taoist the same way he treated Zhong Kuei. He said respectfully, my elder brother is angry but he won't ask for punishment. What's wrong with Peace Mountain? When did the Heavenly Lord blame Zhong Kuei for not being able to protect Peace Mountain? Why couldn't he protect that earth immortal? Zhong Kuei added softly, Teacher, the old Taoist is called Liang Su. The Hill Master was about to get angry again. Zhong Kuei shut up immediately. The old Taoist sighed. After this disaster, the Tongyi continent might be a little better but the Sao continent and the Fuyao continent will be in chaos. The appearance of treasures in the 3 continents was indeed a demon's plan. The old man whispered, the Academy must protect the youth from the Fuyao sect. If he can see through this. He didn't continue. The Hill Master nodded. Of course. I've already discussed it with the Fuyao sect. That youth will enter the Great Fu Academy to study under an alias. As for whether he will become a Confucian disciple in the future, it's all up to him. The old Taoist smiled. If Ji Hai's disciple in seclusion goes to be a virtuous man, won't the Fuyao sect fight you to the death? The hill master sighed when he mentioned the Fuyao sect and the great cultivator Ji Hai. Ji Hai frankly said that he should accept the youth as his disciple and give him that weapon. But when he saw the youth, he couldn't calm down. His cultivation will be hindered and he won't be able to enter the immortal realm for the rest of his life. How will he go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and kill the other 12th realm demons? The old Taoist looked regretful. The Tongyi continent's only immortal Tao companions of the upper 5 realms. They are a rare match made in heaven. It's a pity that Ji Hai's breakthrough will be very difficult. The more stubborn he is, the harder it will be to get rid of his inner demon. The hill master smiled bitterly. Some things can be persuaded, but some are not. The old Taoist sighed. The difficulty of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was just that a long time ago, it was said that ascending to the heavens wasn't difficult, but cultivating was. Central Plains, at the peak of one of the most majestic mountains. A golden-armored deity was holding onto a sword with both hands. His face was covered with a mask, making it impossible to see his face. He stood beside a stone tablet on the peak of the mountain, and an old Confucian scholar was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone tablet. The old man pinched his fingers in his sleeves and slapped his thigh. Great! The golden-armored deity's lips twitched. The old man was proud of himself and asked, "How is my disciple in seclusion?" The golden-armored deity, who had been pestered by the old man for a whole month, said impatiently, "Good, good, good. Is that good enough?" The shabby old man pointed at the deity who was almost as tall as the huge stone tablet and laughed. "I like your unconvinced attitude the most." Then, the old man started to talk about his past achievements. "Back then, when I quarreled with others and they lost, they all behaved like you. I felt good." The golden-armored deity was one of the 5 righteous deities of the Central Plains. He sneered. "Who was the one who suggested letting a poor scholar like you enter the Confucian temple? Tell me, I'll go ask him if he's blind." This was an unsolved case recognized by the Confucians. The old scholar smiled slyly and said, "Take a guess." No matter how good great god Sui Shan's temper was, he would feel irritated if someone nagged him for a whole month. Moreover, this old man was someone who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. How could there be anything good? He didn't stand on ceremony. "Guess your grandpa." The old scholar raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "Not my grandpa, it's the founder of our Confucian faction. I wish he was my grandpa. Sigh, what a pity." Great god Sui Shan, who was known to be unruly, straightened his back and let go of the hilt of his sword. He cupped his fists and bowed to the heaven and earth, as an apology to the Holy Master. The old scholar continued, "You should know that I am a very thin-skinned person. I always like to remind myself that I don't deserve a reward if I haven't done anything for it. But I am talented, I write well, and I speak well. Hence, our holy teacher found me and tried to persuade me with kind words. I was very touched. Our holy teacher told me many things that I thought were ordinary. But there was one sentence that I felt touched the bottom of my heart. Since ancient times, sages must be true heroes, but heroes may not be sages. When I heard that, I felt that our holy master understood me. Thus, I made a small request to this founder." Great god Sui Shan said in a deep voice, "I don't want to hear it." "Shut up." The old scholar lamented. "Why can't you tell the good from the bad?" Great god Sui Shan sneered. "If I could tell the good from the bad, would I let you go up the mountain?" The old scholar rubbed his chin. He felt that he wasn't in the right in this matter. He immediately changed his words. That old bull of the Eastern Sea doesn't have a likable personality. But he's still a decent person. He's generous and doesn't embarrass himself. I know that he gave that kid a good thing. Even though it doesn't help his cultivation, there's nothing better than a coincidence in this world. It can help conceal the secrets of heaven. It's even better than Alliance's broken bamboo hat. Just based on this gift, I won't argue with him about the dirty things he did in the lotus flower-blessed land. Great God, Sui Shan said sarcastically, even if you want to arm wrestle with him, can you? The old scholar said earnestly, we scholars still have to compete with others in terms of reasoning. Fighting, killing, and piercing through the sky isn't considered true ability. For the first time, Great God Sui Shan didn't refute. The old scholar held his hands in his sleeves. The astral wind on the peak of Sui Shan raged. Even Great God Sui Shan's golden armor had ripples of talisman. But the old scholar's sleeves and hair didn't flutter at all. The old scholar said softly, it's hard for a saint to die, but it's hard for a gentleman to live. Among the 100 schools of thought, only we Confucians don't pay attention to Taoist protectors. The academies are the greatest Taoist protectors of the world's scholars. The earth element of the 5 elements that I entrusted to the Taoist child talked about the earth element of the 5 mountains of Dali. Now that the Dali Iron Cavalry is heading south, the flames of war are raging. Could it be that the Song clan can really take over half of the entire Aquarius continent? If that's the case, the earth element of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty is indeed valuable. It seems that the next time I return to Longquan, I will still have to trouble Wei Pai, who is already the god of the North Mountains of Dali. Chen Pingan, who was dressed in a white robe, forgot himself as he punched. It was exceptionally smooth. He was no longer a kiln worker's apprentice who was old-fashioned and crafty like a regular script. He was now like a master's unconventional writing. The essence of it was to be able to endure hardships and grasp the fortune. The 4 people in the picture all had their own quirks. Recently, Wei Xian had taken a liking to eating. Hanging on his waist were 2 small bags filled with food that he bought from various shops. Liu Baixiang liked all kinds of elegant things. He liked to hold a few chess pieces in his hands. When he took a walk, the chess pieces would rub against each other. His palms would produce a slight squeaking sound. Zhu Lian did not like to be restrained. For example, he felt that it was troublesome to wear boots and socks. He bought a pair of straw sandals from somewhere in Crane Riding City and changed into a light yellow hemp robe. Furthermore, no matter which town they stopped at, Zhu Lian would buy a few novels about supernatural beings and demons, or novels about scholars and beauties. Whenever he had free time, he would flip through the books to pass the time. Other than comprehending the sword every day, Sui Yuyu did not seem to have any other hobbies. This was his biggest quirk. When Chen Pingan finished practicing, he returned to the house. Today, Zhu Lian was basking in the early winter sun in the courtyard, reading an erotic novel about a scholar and a beauty. The young man Yao Xianji came to visit to ask for guidance on fish techniques. Liu Baixiang was playing chess with Yao Jinji. After Sui Yuyu went to the small mountain, his aura changed slightly. He went into seclusion again, holding his sword horizontally across his knees. He would often pull his sword out of its sheath and then pull it back. Pei Qian was someone who was unwilling to stop playing chess. After watching Liu Baixiang and Yao Jinji play chess for a while, she felt bored and went back to her room to grab the mountain walking staff. Next to Wei Xian and Yao Xianji, she waved her signature crazy demon staff technique. Wei Xian had Yao Xianji practice a fist stance first. He looked at Pei Qian for a long time without saying anything. The little girl held the mountain staff in a disorderly manner. Sometimes she would accidentally hit herself. It was worthy of being called a tyrannical style that killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 men. Yao Jinji, who was practicing his stance, rolled his eyes. Wei Xian did not seem to think that the charcoal girl was childish. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She bent over and held the mountain staff with both hands. She asked, "Old Wei, how is my talent in martial arts? Is it 1 in 10,000? Tomorrow. Forget it. Next year, can I become a peerless expert like my father? Can I beat 10 of you with one hand?" Wei Xian did not answer her question. In the martial arts world, it is said that practicing the spear takes years. If you really want your staff technique to improve by leaps and bounds, I have 2 suggestions. The first is to go to the rape fields and use your staff like a dragon. After a long time, you will have an invincible aura. The second is to poke a hornet's nest. When you are in danger, you will have an aura that is not afraid of death. Pei Qian saw that Wei Xian was sincere. After thinking for a while, she asked, "You're not lying to me?" Wei Xian said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Liu Baixiang, who had his back to the courtyard, smiled. Zhu Lian, who was reading a book with his back bent, had just dipped his finger in his saliva and turned a page. However, the previous page was about the love between a man and a woman. It was too erotic, so he couldn't help but turn it back and admire it again. Pei Qian suddenly shook his head and sighed. With a pitiful gaze, he said, "Old Wei, can't you see that what I practice is not staff techniques, but swordsmanship?" Wei Xian pretended to be surprised, but there was no sincerity in it. Pei Qian flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Old Wei, if you continue to be so boring, the friendship between us will be gone." The corner of Wei Xian's mouth twitched. He seemed to be taking pleasure in Pei Qian's misfortune. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Pei Qian threw away the mountain walking staff and hurriedly covered his mouth. As expected, Chen Pingan's voice sounded, "Go back to your room and copy 500 words." Nowadays, in addition to memorizing books, Pei Qian was also asked to copy books by Chen Pingan. Every time Pei Qian clenched his teeth and copied books, he wished he could give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to ask that flowery ghost from the Bayou Mansion for a pen and paper? In the end, Chen Pingan said that since he had his own pen, he should start practicing calligraphy every day. It wasn't much, just 500 words. However, if any word was too sloppy or crooked, it wouldn't be included in the 500 and would have to be replaced. Pei Qian even had the thought of dying. How many days had it been since he had last lived a carefree life? Pei Qian puffed up his cheeks like a big meat bun. He picked up the mountain walking staff and obediently went back to his room to copy books. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with joy and harmony. 100 miles away from Riding Crane City, within the jurisdiction of a small mountain temple, because the annual incense money was too much, the mountain god's residence was built like an immortal's residence. In these 2 days, the residence was filled with guests, bringing light to the humble dwelling. The little mountain god personally served as a servant, serving tea and water, attentively serving those nobles. The first to arrive here was a genuine immortal from the mountain, accompanied by 2 young female cultivators who were as beautiful as fairies. The master of the Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanlin, was a famous nascent soul stage earth immortal. The Golden Peak Monastery was located in a beautiful place in the northern part of the Tongyi continent. With such a great background, not to mention this kind of mediocre mountain god temple, even the emperor of the Great Spring Dynasty might not necessarily be able to invite this old immortal master to come. At first, the mountain god was so scared that the golden body of the temple almost became unstable. However, after receiving the decree personally issued by Du Hanling, he said that he was only borrowing this place to entertain a friend and that he would return the favor after the matter was settled. The mountain god immediately felt at ease. Old immortal Du would not play tricks on him, a small mountain god like him was not worthy. Soon after, an old official with an air of nobility and a few retainers came. They were all Qi refinement warriors who had achieved success in their cultivation. Then, a young Taoist priest with a jade-like face quietly climbed the mountain, followed by a pair of master and disciple. The old man's realm was not high, and he was seriously injured. The disciple was a tall young man with a simple and honest appearance. Finally, the immediate superior of the little mountain god appeared in the middle of the night. It was the Lord Xing Wang of the provincial city's Xing Wang Pavilion. His official position was similar to the provincial governor in the world of the living. He was in charge of all the Xing Wang temples in a province. As for the civil and martial temples, they were an exception. They were directly under the Ministry of Rights of a country. The two temples and the Xing Wang temple had never interfered with each other. As for who was higher in rank, who was more powerful, who was in charge of the affairs in an emergency, there were different situations in different places. The master of the Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanlin, the Great Spring Duke, Gao Shizhen, and the Lord Xing Wang of Riding Crane City. In addition, there was Xiao Yuan Ran, who was both a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple and a consecrator of the Great Spring Lu clan. The winter day was warm and the scenery was pleasant. The four of them gathered at a viewing pavilion on the top of the mountain. The mountain god stood far away, waiting for orders. At the pavilion, they were chatting happily. After Duke Shengao Shizhen went down the mountain, he returned to the Great Springs capital, Mirage City. He was no longer depressed and gloomy like he was on the way. Lord Xing Wang quietly returned to the tallest building in the city, the Xing Wang Pavilion. He stared at the post house with a cold gaze and a mocking smile. Du Hanling stayed on the mountain for one more day. Before he left, he summoned his disciple, Taoist Baozhen Miaofeng, and his grand disciple Xiao Yuan Ran. The master and disciple were now in the Dragon Gate realm. Therefore, they could not stay in Mirage City as first-class consecrators. Instead, they were stationed at the border to monitor the Yao family's cavalry for the Great Spring Lu clan. In addition to giving Xiao Yuan Ran an important treasure of the sect in advance, it could be considered as giving Xiao Yuan Ran the reward of entering the Golden Core realm in advance. The Earth Immortal Du Hanling also told him a secret. Xiao Yuan Ran, who had a calm temperament, could not hide his joy. Yin Miaofeng was grinning from ear to ear. He stood up and thanked his master respectfully on behalf of his disciple. Du Hanling praised Xiao Yuan Ran a few words and then flew to the north to return to the Golden Peak Temple. Before he left, he did not forget to give the mountain god a good quality spiritual weapon. The mountain god was naturally grateful. After old immortal Du flew away, he knelt on the top of the mountain and kowtowed, thanking him from afar. In fact, the mountain god's almost humble and flattering etiquette seemed exaggerated. In fact, it was no wonder that the mountain god had no strength of character. The spiritual weapon was not the most important thing. To be able to climb up the Golden Peak Temple and get to know a nascent soul realm Earth Immortal was the biggest blessing of the mountain god's small temple. From now on, how could the evaluation of Lord Xing Wang in Riding Crane City be bad? The young Taoist Xiao Yuan Ran and his disciple stayed on the mountain to recuperate. The old Taoist Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuan Ran did not enter the city at the same time. They returned to the city's post house one after the other. In a quiet house on the mountain, the tall teenager who broke into the martial temple to borrow a knife had a complicated expression. He sat on the beautiful stool next to the sickbed. His hands were clenched into fists, as if he was thinking about a problem that he could not figure out. His master was lying on the bed, recuperating. Although his injuries were not light, it was already an extravagant hope for him to fight and slay demons. However, it was not difficult for him to walk on the ground. The old man's face was slightly pale, but his spirit was very good. His eyes were bright and he turned to look at his only disciple. It is difficult to accept a good disciple, but it is also difficult for the disciple to cultivate smoothly. It is not as simple as taking care of the children in the family. I have no children, and you are my only disciple. Moreover, your talent is much better than mine. If I do not plan for your future, as your master, I will not die in peace. The old man smiled and said, I've already explained the reason and the process to you. As for how Master knew about the Golden Peak Temple and why you met Spiritual Master Xiao just now, don't ask too much. From today onwards, just focus on cultivating diligently. Old Immortal Duke personally helped you break the bottleneck, allowing you to enter the middle 5 realms. You must remember this kindness in your heart. To put it bluntly, the Golden Peak Temple is a big immortal's cave. Even if you sincerely want to repay the kindness, do they need it? However, you still have to have this intention. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to be a dog of the Golden Peak Temple. The tall teenager's eyes were moist. He lowered his head and said, I am useless. I have wronged you, Master. The old man sighed and stretched out his finger to point at the blockhead. You still haven't been enlightened. Forget it. If not, I wouldn't have only accepted you as my disciple. To be honest, even if I had seen Immortal Xiao Zhao's amazing aptitude earlier, I might not have dared to accept him as my disciple. Once he encounters the wind and clouds, how can I, a practitioner of the Viewing Sea realm, control him? The tall teenager was still competitive. Master, I also have some hope of entering the Dragon Gate realm at such a young age. The old man laughed and scolded, Idiot. Go out and cultivate. I have to be injured. I don't want to play the lute to a cow. Oh, the tall youth said, stood up, and left. When the teenager walked to the door, the old cultivator comforted him softly. On the road of cultivation, some grievances are inevitable. I am afraid that you can only accumulate grievances for a lifetime. Therefore, you must go higher and further than your master. You can let yourself suffer less grievances. The mountain temple and viewing pavilion here are not high. It is also not far from the Tongyi continent to the Great Quan dynasty. In this world, the gods are only at higher places. The tall teenager turned his head and nodded, I will remember. The old cultivator smiled, if it is possible, when your realm is high in the future, there will be a day when you can be on equal footing with someone like old Immortal Du at that time. Remember to treat the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain better. The teenager who had been unhappy all this time smiled brightly at this moment. He followed his heart and nodded vigorously. The old man laughed, You are really an idiot. The day before leaving for the Mirage City, someone came to visit Qin Pingan. It was a young Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and a hibiscus crown. He was travel-worn and was drinking a bowl of herbal tea in Qin Pingan's room. He said that he was the closest to the riding crane city. Fortunately, he received a decree from his ancestor to send something to Qin Pingan. The young Taoist from the Peace Mountain carefully took out a jade plate. After putting the jade plate on the table, he explained the origin of the jade plate to Qin Pingan. The young Taoist said bluntly, My ancestor asked me to tell you that young Master Qin does not need to worry that the Peace Mountain will do something to the jade plate and leak your whereabouts, which will be known by us. The restriction on the jade plate has been removed by my ancestor. Young Master Qin is just an object made of good material. Of course, it has a special meaning to outsiders. Therefore, I hope that before you leave the Tongyi continent, young Master Qin can be a little troublesome and hang it on your waist every day. Qin Pingan stood up and thanked him. The Taoist of the Peace Mountain quickly stood up and bowed back. Chen Pingan put away the jade plate and hung it on his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the blade-strengthening gourd. They sent the young Taoist who announced his name and walked into the post house to the gate. The Peace Mountain did this with good intentions. The jade plate on Chen Pingan's waist was a direct disciple of the Peace Mountain ancestral master hall. The words, "Peace Mountain cultivates me," and "Ancestral Master Hall continues incense," were engraved on both sides. Even the golden core and nascent soul earth immortals of the Peace Mountain might not be able to hang it, because it had nothing to do with cultivation and age. In the entire Peace Mountain, there were only 5 or 6 people who wore the jade plate. The oldest one was already 300 years old. He was in charge of the Taoist book collection in the Peace Mountain. He was only in the Dragon Gate realm. The youngest one was a 7 or 8-year-old Taoist child. He was very talented. Yao Xianji and Pei Qian, one adult and one child, were sneakily discussing something. Yao Jinji smiled and asked, "You're not going to ask me if I really know what you're drawing or if I'm just pretending?" Chen Pingan said softly, "Miss Yao probably knows." Yao Jinji hesitated for a moment, but still poured herself a cup of wine. She drank it in one gulp. Her face was crimson and became more dazzling. She slowly said, "Between you and me, between the sects, between countries, between continents, between literary lineages, between the 3 sects, between hundreds of schools of knowledge. Between the world and the world, between the human race and the demon race. You, Chen Pingan, are thinking about the principles you know. How many circles can the word principles contain? Then you will go around the outermost circle until you determine the boundary of the next circle. Then you will cross it and continue to walk. Only in this way can you walk with a clear conscience. Although it will be very tiring to deal with people, your heart will not be tired at all. Therefore, as long as you use your fists and sword, you can go forward with indomitable will. Only you, Chen Pingan, are qualified to speak to the gentlemen of the academy in the inn and ask your conscience." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at the girl. He nodded and said, "Miss Yao, you're one of the smartest people I've ever met." This was the truth. If he didn't say, one of the smartest, it would be boasting against his heart. After all, not to mention others, just his own disciple, Cui Dongshan, was not comparable to Yao Jinji now. Yao Jinji had probably drunk 2 cups of wine and was not very strong. In her words and expression, there was a different kind of flirtatious feeling. She stared at Chen Pingan and asked softly, "In your eyes, is there only intelligence?" Chen Pingan was stunned and scratched his head. "Miss Yao, I have a girl I like." Yao Jinji covered her mouth and smiled. She was not angry at all. Instead, she asked, "Is she beautiful?" All of a sudden, Chen Pingan was in high spirits and said without hesitation, "All the beautiful mountains and beautiful rivers in the world added together are not as beautiful as her." Yao Jinji didn't seem to have any grudges. She smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. After sitting with Chen Pingan for half an hour and chatting about the local customs of Mirage City, she got up and left. After turning around, this beautiful girl walked to the inn, her eyes dark and gloomy. Chen Pingan didn't turn his head. He always put his elbows on the table and smiled at the distant moon. His eyes were gentle as if he was looking at a girl and couldn't tolerate any more beauty in the world. The girl he liked was both a cinnabar mole in his heart and a bright moonlight. 1. He saw the jade token on Chen Pingan's waist. It was slightly different from before. It was flipped over. Before leaving Riding Crane City and arriving at the Peach Leaf Crossing, Chen Pingan's jade token only showed the side, Ancestral Hall continues incense. Today, it showed the 6 ancient words, Taiping Mountain cultivates me. Yao Jinji's thoughts moved slightly. He looked deeply at the young man who came from Beijing country to the capital of Great Spring. She said some polite words. There was nothing special about it, but it made people feel that her feelings were sincere. It was especially moving. However, Chen Pingan did not appreciate her kindness. Only the two of them knew the meaning behind it. In the end, Yao Jinji casually talked to Chen Pingan about the origin of the Ji in the name of the Yao family. It turned out that there was a fortune teller who wandered the border in the early years. Unfortunately, he encountered a war and was saved by his grandfather, Yao Jin. Then, he did a divination for the Yao family. In the divination, he mentioned that among the ancestors of the Yao family, there was an extraordinary person. The Ji character was that person's natal character. Moreover, it was naturally compatible with Yao Jin's grandchildren. As long as everyone had the Ji character, they could benefit from the glory of their ancestors. They could help to hide the wind and gather water. Maybe one of the juniors could rely on the protection of their ancestors and have an unimaginable future. Yao Jin did not think too much about it. He just thought that it was a good idea. Therefore, he added the Ji character to the names of Yao Jinji and the other children. In the Yao family, there were more than 20 people. Everyone had the Ji character. Yao Zhen was not biased. Among them, the 3 Yao family members by Yao Zhen's side were the most outstanding. After Chen Pingan heard this, he seemed to have understood something. Yao Jinji finally gave Chen Pingan a curtsy, graceful and charming. Chen Pingan cupped his fists in return. After hesitating for a moment, he said sincerely, "Miss Jinji, in Mirage City, other than helping the old general to come up with plans and strategies and guarding against all kinds of villains, you also have to pay attention to your own safety. I'll say something offensive, but if in the future you encounter a hurdle that Miss Yao thinks you can't overcome, you might as well ask the old general and let him make the decision. You don't have to take everything to heart and bear it alone." For the first time, Yao Jinji took off her veil hat and smiled sweetly. However, she did not say anything. She just looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan cupped his fists in farewell again. Yao Jinji was a lady from a big family, but she also cupped her fists in the same manner as the people of Jianghu. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. She said in a clear voice, "The green mountain does not change, the green water flows forever." Chen Pingan could only follow and say, "We'll meet again someday." Yao Jinji had not drunk the wine, but her cheeks were already pink. In the distance, Zhu Lian said with a smile, "It's hard to bear the kindness of a beauty. Amorous eyes are the most attractive." Sui Yu stood with his sword on his back, ignoring them. Chen Pingan returned to his side. Pei Qian carried a bag and held a walking stick. For the rest of the journey, there were no more carriages to sit in. However, she was eager to try. What was there to be afraid of? Otherwise, wouldn't the calluses on the soles of her feet be in vain? Chen Pingan waved goodbye to the Yao family's group. Yao Xianji, who was riding a horse, raised her butt high and waved back at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan and his group continued to head north. He sighed softly, "It's a pity that it didn't snow heavily. Otherwise, we could climb Zhaoping Peak again and see what kind of paradise Mirage City is." Pei Qian smiled and said, "Then shall we wait until it snows?" For the past 2 days, she had been by Yao Jinji's side all day long. She kept calling her fairy sister and tried her best to please the beautiful woman who didn't dare to show her face in her heart. After that, Yao Jinji indeed gave her a parting gift. It was placed in a small wooden box with many treasures. Inside it were a few pieces of antiques from the previous dynasty that she had painstakingly collected. There was also a simple wooden carved Ganoderma. Together with the others, there were more than 10 pieces scattered around. At first, Pei Qian wanted to swindle a few taels of silver. Chen Pingan wouldn't stop her. It wasn't heavy for her to carry it herself. However, Yao Jinji gave her such a big problem. Pei Qian didn't dare to make a decision on her own. It was Yao Jinji who held Pei Qian's hand and handed the box to Chen Pingan. He explained that the box was filled with rare but not expensive items and hoped that Chen Pingan wouldn't refuse. Chen Pingan wanted to refuse or just pick one of the items. However, Yao Jinji insisted. Chen Pingan could only accept it for Pei Qian and put it in the bamboo box. Pei Qian wasn't unhappy about this at all. Instead, she saw it as a matter of course. It was a big wooden box and heavy. If she put it in her bag and carried it to Tiankai Peak, wouldn't she be tired to death? At this moment, she was encouraging Chen Pingan to go to Mirage City to wait for the snow to fall. At the same time, she was happily thinking about how she might be able to get the real money that she coveted the most. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then why don't we leave you in Mirage City?" Pei Qian shook the bag and held the mountain walking stick tightly. She said righteously, "I suddenly feel that it's more important to hurry up." Chen Pingan said to the 4 people, "We didn't ask the Yao family for a war horse. We can only walk to Tiankai Peak's immortal ferry." Zhu Lian immediately smiled and said, "Walking more can strengthen your muscles and bones." There was a small boat with a black canopy in the Peach Leaf Crossing River. It was very far from the Yao family's team. The master of Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanling, slowly withdrew her jade-white palm and said to a young female cultivator beside her, "Go and tell Duke Shen not to provoke Chen Pingan. This person is a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Taiping Mountain. If he is killed, not only will the Great Spring Dynasty suffer, even our Golden Peak Monastery will be destroyed." The female cultivator stood up and left. She left behind a female cultivator who continued to brew tea for the ancestral hall. She was a female cultivator after all, and her skin was whiter than snow. The nascent soul stage Earth Immortal sat quietly and said with indifferent eyes, "Failed at the last step." However, I've missed the teachings of my master. The brawny man did not want to push his luck and continued to mock the old man beside him. If the old man suddenly changed his mind and came to his senses, wouldn't it ruin his master's impromptu plan? Therefore, he comforted him with kind words, "That treasure is so rare. Not to mention that you are tempted and have not hesitated to work so hard for it for so long. In fact, I am also coveting it. After you get it, I will make a deal with you. I will give you the magical equipment that my master gave me. You only need to teach me half of the manual and work for you for 60 years. After the deal is done, you can teach me the remaining half of the manual. How about it? How about that?" The old man thought for a while and nodded. "It's a deal." The burly man reminded him, "Before my master left, he told me not to do anything unless it's to save your life. He also told you not to do anything rashly. Even if you do, you should be careful. Otherwise, you'll attract the attention of the sage of the Confucian Temple. Although the sage is busy searching for the old ape of Taiping Mountain, once he arrives here, Lu Tsong and the others will be fine, but the 2 of us will be in big trouble." When the burly man mentioned the sage, especially the 2 words, Confucian Temple, the old man's mood dropped even lower. The 72 sages who were worshipping the sage of the Confucian Temple in the central divine continent were not to be trifled with. They were not the masters of the 72 academies or the sages of the academies who were respected by the secular dynasties. They were the Confucian sages. The old man's face darkened. He nodded and said, "It's a matter of life and death." "Of course, I understand." The wind and rain on the mountaintop were even heavier. However, the raindrops seemed to fall on an invisible umbrella and splashed in all directions above their heads. The burly man yawned. He didn't understand why his master, who was so powerful and influential, would want to make things difficult for that young man. If it were the Tongyi Zong and Yugui Zong of the northern and southern ends of the Chong continent, it would barely make sense. Otherwise, it would be someone like the great gentleman Zhong Kuei, whom the old sword-carrying ape killed without any hesitation, the future great chancellor of a certain Confucian academy, who was also qualified. It was a pity that Master had calculated everything and had almost included the entire Tongya continent. However, a young outer court odd-job worker had unexpectedly popped out from the Fuyao sect and accidentally discovered the existence of that 12th realm senior. A slight change in one part of Master's body had affected the situation as a whole, so much so that it had completely disrupted Master's brilliant plan that he had been planning for a long time. Could it be that the fate of the Tongya continent was so strong? It was not his fault that his two subordinates couldn't hide until the end. It was just the right time. Now, it was up to the Hausa continent and Fuyao continent to see if things would go smoothly. Originally, the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect should have been destroyed. The Taiping Mountain Lord of Heaven, the sect master, and Ji Hai and his wife would all die. Female Crown Princess Huang Ting, who had taken up much of the fate of a continent, was no exception. As for Zhong Kuei of the Dafu Academy, he was actually ranked very high on the list of the young Taoist priest of the Taiping Mountain. The death of Zhong Kuei was as significant as flattening the entire Taiping Mountain. Therefore, the order he gave the sword-carrying white ape was to exchange its life for its life. If it could successfully escape into the broken dragon's vein, it would be worth it no matter how badly it was injured. After that, it would hide and hide. Otherwise, he couldn't protect the old ape. After all, he could only take one person from the vast world. If the old ape didn't hurt its foundation and was still a 12th-state sword cultivator, he might have taken it instead of coming to this border inn to drink alone because of some old friendship. Zhong Kuei should have lived longer and been more infatuated. The hunchbacked third master signaled Zhonyang to be careful of this person with his eyes. The woman insisted on carrying the wine jug and 2 white bowls and sat down opposite the young Taoist priest. Zhonyang poured 2 bowls of wine and asked with a smile, "Little Taoist priest, did you mistake me for someone else or do you really recognize me?" The young Taoist priest took a sip of the green plum wine and praised the good wine. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said, "I was mistaken." Zhonyang asked with a smile, "Little Taoist priest, you are bold and generous. You have never referred to yourself as a Taoist priest. Are you a fake Taoist priest who pretended to be an immortal in Taiping Mountain?" The young Taoist priest shook his head and said, "A real Taoist priest can't be more real. I found a random appearance and practiced in Taiping Mountain for more than 100 years before I got a jade pendant. Later, when I went down the mountain to travel, I died without a body. My sect couldn't even take back the jade pendant. It was very tragic. After that, I changed my appearance and wandered around, looking for wine to drink. Finally, I returned to the Great Spring and visited many places, such as the Burial River. I also met a scholar named Wang Qi in the Mirage City. He was not young at that time, but his name was really good. Qi, the name of a sage, was slender, and had a sincere heart. It's a pity that a dignified gentleman's 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. He was a coward. Zhonyang's wrist trembled slightly as she raised the bowl to drink. She suddenly finished all the wine and put down the bowl. Lu Tsong did not expect such a lineup to be able to kill Qin Pingan and the 4 Grandmaster attendants. However, as long as 2 or 3 of them were killed or seriously injured, it would be enough to set the stage for victory. At this moment, Zhu Lian was worthy of the nickname Martial Madman. His whole body was like a spring and as fast as thunder. As soon as there was a movement, the army cultivators had a trump card for a sneak attack. Their hair was like a halberd, and they could predict the future and accurately dodge. When Zhu Lian charged, the hunchbacked old man was used to bending down even more. His hands were hanging on the ground. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would shoot to some unknown direction like an arrow. His figure was really too fast. Once, Zhu Lian seized an opportunity and appeared like a ghost in front of a middle-aged cultivator. He punched through the man's abdomen and then used the dead man's corpse as a shield to block the saber of one of Su Tong's silver-armored warriors. After throwing away the corpse, he instantly moved to the side. After several steps forward, he did not even look and smashed his arm into the head of the cultivator. With a bang, the cultivator became a headless corpse and fell heavily several zhang away. Wei Xian, who was wearing one of the 8 sets of Ancestors' Due armor, used his hands to grab the spirit weapons of the cultivators who brushed past Zhu Lian. As long as he caught a spirit weapon in his hand, it would either be crushed or bent by his hands. In addition, armored border soldiers with sabers constantly poured out from both sides of the road. Wei Xian began to retreat. Zhu Lian often slapped and kicked the spirit weapons of the cultivators toward Wei Xian. Wei Xian not only had to kill the armored warriors who were charging toward the ruined temple, but he also had to clean up the trash thrown by Zhu Lian. Far away on the mountain road, Lu Tsong, who was trying his best to look at the battlefield, asked with a calm expression, "Do we really have to exhaust my 5,000 men? Do we have to rely on 5,000 lives to kill these guys?" Su Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "That's the only way. Su Tong and I, as well as the 3 people your highness has arranged in advance, will wait for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to these 4 people when they take a breath. We'll try our best not to let these people die in vain." Lu Tsong tightened his grip on the saber at his waist, blue veins popping out. Why is the strength of these 4 martial arts grandmasters so different from what was recorded in the spy report? Immortal Master Su Tong said bitterly, "In fact, General Su and I are even more puzzled than your highness. Back at the inn, we were evenly matched with our opponents. If we fight in pairs tonight, General Su and I will definitely die." Lu Tsong exhaled a turbid breath. "It's not your fault. It's Qin Pingan who hides his strength too well. It doesn't matter. No matter how heavy our casualties are, we can make up for it with this guy." Under the eaves of the ruined temple, Qin Pingan looked down and saw the jade token of the ancestral master hall given to him by the young Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Qin Pingan fell into deep thought. 6. The poor third prince had worked hard for 10-some years, venturing deep into the heart of the northern Jin to destroy the Pine Needle Lake Divine Temple and Mount Jinhuang Divine Residence, but he had actually been killed in the territory of the Yao clan. Even the invincible Li Li had failed miserably. One careless move and he had lost the entire game. Man proposes, God disposes. Truly, the mandate of heaven is with me, Lu Tsong. But Lu Tsong had fought on the border for many years and commanded more than 100,000 elite border soldiers. He had fearlessly charged into enemy lines many times on the battlefield, but today, he found that he couldn't help but feel nervous. In front of the ruined temple, Wei Xian acted just like he had at the inn, guarding the gate by himself. If any of the Great Spring soldiers came forward to seek death, Wei Xian would naturally not be polite. Wearing the sweet dew armor, he didn't fear ordinary swords and bows at all. He just let them hack and hit the armor. Then, with just a punch, the soldiers who dared to approach him were all sent flying far away. Some of the corpses near the temple gate were also sent flying by Wei Xian's feet. The nature of an emperor was that he would not allow others to snore beside his bed. Now, Wei Xian would not allow corpses to be an eyesore wherever he stood. Only occasionally would Wei Xian dodge a few specially made arrows that contained a mysterious mechanism. Without exception, they were all shot by the godly archers from the border of the forest, who had drawn their bows to their fullest. Compared to the massacre at the martial madman's side, Wei Xian's attacks could be described as gentle and soft. Dodging and getting close were intertwined. As long as Zhu Lian got close to them or closed the distance of an arm, the nearby soldiers would meet a tragic end. Their armor would be shattered and embedded into their bodies. Their flesh and blood would be badly mangled. Not only would they die on the spot, but they would also die tragically. On the battlefield on the right side of the Sui dynasty, sword light bloomed again and again in the forest. With a sweep of the sword, several soldiers would be cut in half along with the trees. At the end of the battle, there was not a single tall tree in the forest for hundreds of steps around the right side of the Sui dynasty. On Liu Baixiang's side, the frozen snow, a magic weapon passed down from the ancestors of the Huan family of the Eagle Castle, moved and paused every now and then. Sometimes, he would step on the tree trunk like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Liu Baixiang's figure flashed and disappeared in a flash. Only the blade of the frozen snow, which was flowing with gang qi, left a snow-white ray of light in the pitch-black curtain of rain that lasted for a long time. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the elites of the Daquan border army had already left 600 corpses behind. This was because the forest was not suitable for soldiers to swarm in. Chen Pingan, who had been standing at the temple gate, lowered his head and smiled. The gentleman from the academy, Wang Qi, asked, "What would happen?" The man laughed and said, "I forgot." Although Wang Qi didn't ask further, his mood gradually improved. This tall and sturdy man thought that he was just a small demon, an ant that had yet to reach the Jindan stage. However, once he entered the water, his combat power would be comparable to the weaker Jindan stage cultivators on the mountaintop. Tonight's torrential rain was a timely rain. Before he met his master, he thought that he was an overlord who occupied the lake and led a group of stinky shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He was very awe-inspiring as a local emperor. Later, his master gave him a few pointers and he had the good fortune later on. In ancient times, the buried river was once a remnant section of the Great Blasphemy Sea. As the flood dragon's route, his realm skyrocketed. If it wasn't for that bitch who buried the river blocked him at the section above the Bio prefecture and the water deity temple because of some lowly mortals who refused to let him pass, he would have already reached the Jindan stage. If he entered the sea again, he would have reached the Yuanying stage. Originally, if that bitch was willing to let him smoothly complete the buried river, it would be a great good karma between them. In the future, when he attained the Great Tao, no matter how cold and ruthless he was, he had to find an opportunity to repay her kindness. Otherwise, in the cycle of the heavenly way, there would be all kinds of obstacles in his future cultivation path. He couldn't figure out why that bitch was so determined to block his Great Tao. Was it really because he had harmed the lives of those mortals? Wasn't it too ridiculous? He firmly believed that there must be an unknown inside story. Perhaps the men and women who became his food happened to have a great relationship with the water deity temple. That was why she was so angry and did business at a loss again and again. She wouldn't rest until he was dead. After so many years of life and death battles, he knew that the buried river goddess's cultivation base was not high. It was just that she had refined too many weapons and their quality was too good. She relied on the endless stream of weapons to firmly suppress him. Later on, he inexplicably received two great opportunities. First, his damaged Jindan was not only repaired, but the quality of his Jindan was also improved by a lot. Later on, the Bio prefecture became prosperous overnight and became an immortal's cave full of spiritual aura. What Wang Qi wanted was the refining formula that pointed straight to the Great Tao. In the early years, the master personally told them, a gentleman and a water demon, that it was the Great Tao of an ancient immortal. Moreover, it was vast and was also suitable for Confucian cultivation.